Mic check. Shall I start? Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem. I request your attention for the recitation of Holy Quran.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
إذا السماء انفطرت وإذا الكواكب انتثرت وإذا البحار فجرت وإذا القبور بعثرت علمت نفس ما قدمت وأخرت يا أيها الإنسان ما غرك بربك الكريم الذي خلقك فسواك فعدلك في أي صورة ما شاء ركبك كلا بل تكذبون بالدين وإن عليكم لحافظين كراما كاتبين يعلمون ما تفعلون إن الأبرار لفي نعيم وإن الفجار لفي جحيم يصلونها يوم الدين وما هم عنها بغائبين وما أدراك ما يوم الدين ثم ما أدراك ما يوم الدين يوم لا تملك نفس لنفس شيئا والأمر يومئذ لله.
Jazakallah. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. My name is Manahil Bazai, and on behalf of Balochistan Think Tank Network, I welcome you all to BTTN seminar on Great Power Competition, Challenges and Opportunities for Pakistan. Before formally beginning our program, I would like to request you all to please switch off your mobile phones and avoid using cameras during the seminar. Thank you. BTTN is an autonomous, non-partisan think tank that envisions to serve as a policy-oriented organization in Balochistan to promote research culture focused on development, stability, and national integration. Our mission is to pursue quality research based on knowledge and investigation that earns credible status for BTTN amongst the academia, intellectuals, stakeholders, and decision makers of Pakistan in general and Balochistan in particular. I would like to request Head of BTTN, Brigadier Agha Ahmed Gul, to deliver his opening address. Over to you, sir.
Lieutenant General Khalid Ahmed Kadwai, Advisor, National Command Authority, Excellencies, Vice Chancellors, distinguished speakers and guests, ladies and gentlemen, and my very dear students. You have kept up your record of coming late, but nevertheless, welcome to all of you. The chief guest for today's seminar is Amanullah Yasinzai, Justice Amanullah Yasinzai. He's a former Chief Justice of Balochistan High Court and the former governor. He'll be joining us in a short while. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of today's seminar is Great Power, Competition, Challenges, and Opportunities for Pakistan. Competition typically refers to a situation where individuals or groups strive to gain advantage over others in a specific field, often for a prize or recognition. The next stage is contestation, which on the other hand refers to the act of challenging the disputing something such as ideas, authority, or policies. The ongoing great power competition refers to the complex interplay of competition and contestation among major global powers, particularly the United States, China, and Russia. This competition encompasses various dimensions, including economic, military, technological, and even ideological spheres. I'd like to say a few words about each one of them. Economically, there is competition for market access, investment opportunities, and technological dominance. China's rapid economic rise has challenged the traditional dominance of the United States and Europe. This has led to tension over trade practices, intellectual property rights, and access to key resources. Militarily, there is a strategic competition for influence and control of key regions, such as the Indo-Pacific and Eastern Europe. You every day hear about the war going on in Ukraine. This has led to increased military spending, modernization of military capabilities, and even strategic alliances. Technologically, there is a race for technological innovation and leadership, particularly in areas such as artificial intelligence, fifth generation technology, commonly called 5G, and cyber capabilities. This has led to concerns about data security, privacy, and the potential weaponization by emerging technologies. Ideologically, then there is a clash of values and norms with competing visions of global order and governance. This is evident in debates over democracy versus authoritarianism, free trade versus protectionism, and multilateralism versus unilateralism. Overall, the ongoing great power competition reflects a complex and dynamic global landscape characterized by competition, rivalry, and strategic maneuvering among major powers seeking to shape the future world order in their favor, in their respective favors. Globally, the United States and China are recognized as the two great powers who are not accepting the hegemony of the other, and that starts the rivalry and competition. So far, active contestation has not started. European Union and Russia, powerful in their own rights, are allied with the United States and China, respectively. The fallout of this competition has become actually global. It has significant impact on the South Asian region, that's our region, and surrounding countries. The United States' aspirations to remain the sole superpower is rooted in history. The United States joined World War I and then World War II and emerged as the winner in both the wars. Their war industry during these two wars became the biggest in the world. They are also protected by two huge seas, Atlantic and Pacific. And that kept them untouched by the ravages of the war. Indeed, it emerged as the leading economic, nuclear, and global military power, replacing British as a superpower, which had reigned for almost 300 years as a superpower. However, soon the nuclear capability was acquired by the Soviet Union, and then in succession by the United Kingdom, France, and China. The Cold War between NATO and Warsaw Pact, led by the United States and Soviet Union, was won by the United States when the Soviet Union disintegrated in 1991. That's a long time back. Many of you were not even born at that time. The United States emerged as the sole superpower. It had acquired the hegemony in trade and commerce, control over OPEC, that's oil producing, exporting consortium, trading in United States dollars, as well as advancement in military and technological spheres. The newcons in the United States and the successive presidents started a campaign of American exceptionalism, a self-diluting label that the United States is uniquely above international laws. The United States started disregarding international commitments, global agreements, multilateralism, and openly stated that no other power would be allowed to emerge to challenge its hegemony. However, Russia's insurgence, China's rapid, unprecedented economic development, global grouping of the SCO, and the BRICS have been threatening the hegemony of the United States. Israel, India, Pakistan, and North Korea have also emerged as the nuclear powers, exuding strategic effects. Iran is also considered to be striving to emerge as the next nuclear power, although they keep denying that they do not have intentions of becoming a nuclear power. China's huge manufacturing and growing large share in the world trade has also increased her dependence on global supplies, delivery chains. Yeah, she refuses to accept me as the boss. Delivery chains as well as unhindered access to energy. The emergence of United States military alliances of AUKUS and QUAD and the US competing strategies of the newly named the Indo-Pacific region threaten the freedom of China's maritime global trade. One of the segments of Belt and Road Initiative, commonly known as BRI of China, is the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. We know it as CPEC, is an abbreviated. It is important for China, while it goes against the United States strategy of containing China. India, since its partition, has had territorial disputes both with China and Pakistan. The border dispute between China and India have made the strategic objectives of both India and the United States congruent. Pakistan is located in a geopolitical crush zone. Ladies and gentlemen, geopolitics is a very cruel and ruthless game. Major powers put competing demands on Pakistan. There is no such thing as a benevolent major power. Therefore, we should not get sucked into conflicts of geopolitics, which may compromise our national interests. This seminar aims at exploring various facets of the US-China competition, the challenges it confronts Pakistan with, and the opportunities it may offer to us. We are privileged to have experienced scholars and diplomats with us today. Their analyses will extend across interrelated domains of geopolitics, geostrategy, geoeconomics, technology, and even space. And I hope they will suggest options for Pakistan. Three of our speakers will be addressing all of you on Zoom. The rest are here. I now request our distinguished speakers to enlighten us by sharing their views with us to manage these issues. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, before starting our first session, I would like to mention that each speaker will have 20 minutes to present their views, followed by a 20-minute Q&A session where you can ask questions or share your opinions. I would request the chair and speakers of the first session to please join us on the stage and settle down in their respective seats. Thank you. Beginning with our first session titled US-China Growing Geopolitical, Geostrategic, and Geoeconomic Competition, I would like to introduce the chair. Ambassador Qazi Muhammad Khalilullah joined Foreign Service of Pakistan in 1985 and holds a master's degree in International Public Policy from the School of Advanced International Studies, Johns Hopkins University, USA. During his diplomatic career of 35 years, he served at the Foreign Office headquarters in Islamabad as Section Officer, Director, Director General, and Additional Secretary. He held various diplomatic assignments in Pakistan missions abroad, including Russia, Ukraine, Turkmenistan, Geneva, Myanmar, and Cuba. He was spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from May 2015 to February 2016. He served as Ambassador of Pakistan to Myanmar, Ambassador to Cuba, and Ambassador to the Russian Federation. He is Executive Director, Center for International Strategic Studies since February 2021. Over to you, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allow me to first deliver Chair's opening remarks. Brigadier Agha Ahmad Gul, Head of BTTN, Lieutenant General Khalid Ahmed Kidwai, Advisor Development National Command Authority, Dr. Zafar Khan, ED BTTN, dear guests, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. At the outset, let me thank the leadership of BTTN for hosting this seminar on the very important topic of great power competition and challenges and opportunities for Pakistan. The world is changing is the buzzword in the capitals of some big powers such as Russia. However, no one is certain about the new world order that is being shaped by the great power competition. According to the 2024 Annual Threat Assessment of the US intelligence community, the US faces an increasingly fragile global order marked by accelerating strategic competition among major powers, more intense and unpredictable traditional challenges, and multi-regional conflicts with far-reaching implications. Furthermore, it states that an ambitious China, a confrontational Russia, some regional powers such as Iran, and more capable non-state actors are challenging long-standing rules of international system as well as US primacy within it. As you all know, bipolarity ended with the end of Cold War in December 1991. What we are witnessing nowadays is the end of unipolarity and emergence of multipolarity. Peaceful rise of China and resurgence of Russia have successfully promoted a multipolar world which the US is resisting by any means possible. Strangely, with an annual defense budget of over $800 billion, about 800 US foreign military bases, nearly 200,000 active duty personnel assigned to them, and a number of US naval carrier groups active globally, the US is unable to maintain its global hegemony. In comparison, China's 2024 defense budget is US dollar 231 billion and Russia's US dollar 140 billion. Thus, with much smaller defense budgets, the two US rivals, China and Russia, have been able to pose a serious challenge to the US global dominance. China is rapidly modernizing its military to protect its national interests and meet the challenges posed by the US and its allies. Chinese experts have reached a level where they are innovating, breaking new grounds, and manufacturing state-of-the-art weapons systems. The quantum leap in Chinese competency is most evident in the domains of hypersonic missiles, applications of AI, quantum computing, metallurgy, industrial output, and space exploration. If we look at the global power contestation from one perspective, it appears to be between the US and China. If we look at it from another perspective, it is between the US and Europe on the one hand and China and Russia on the other hand. Let me expand on these one by one. To maintain its global preponderance, the US has initiated trade and tech wars with China and is trying to contain it by forming alliances with countries in the Asia Pacific, including Australia, Japan, South Korea, Philippines, and India. Unlike the US, China follows the policy of soft power projection such as BRI. China succeeded in gradually increasing its global political and economic influence and footprint, while the US and its Western allies were busy imposing hundreds of layers of sanctions on Russia. According to a recent media report, due to the crisis in Ukraine Russia relations, more than 28,000 sanctions have been imposed by the US and its allies on Russia since 2014. In many cases, these sanctions, particularly on Russian energy exports to Europe, have boomeranged and adversely impacted many European countries, especially Germany. According to the IMF, Russian economy is likely to grow 3.2% in 2024, while the German economy is expected to grow 0.3% only. Light. While the German economy is expected to grow 0.3% only, the growth outlook for EU for 2024 is just 0.9%. Both China and Russia have their respective red lines in the great power contestation. For China, it is Taiwan, and for Russia, it is Ukraine's membership of NATO. The present situation between Russia and Ukraine is basically a clash between NATO's open door policy and Russia's demand for security guarantees. The common Western front against China and Russia has brought these two countries closer in an unprecedented strategic partnership in all areas of mutual interest. Now, let me say a few words about nuclear dimension of the global power competition and contestation. The great power competition and confrontation, particularly between the US and Russia, have brought the world on the edge of a precipice. Over the last about 8 years, the US has withdrawn from several key international and bilateral arms control treaties with Russia, including the INF Treaty, Open Skies Treaty, and JCPOA, or Iranian nuclear deal. Russia has responded by suspending implementation of the New START Treaty and withdrawing its ratification of the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty. The Western proxy war in Ukraine against Russia, deployment of Russian tactical nukes in Belarus, and Iran-Israel tensions have increased the risk of use of nuclear weapons. During the Cold War, the nuclear deterrence between the US and the Soviet Union prevented them from attacking each other directly. However, Indian attack on Balakot in February 2019 and recent Iranian attacks on two nuclear weapon states, Pakistan and Israel, suggest that nuclear deterrence has weakened, at least in the regional context, perhaps due to geographical proximity. Great power competition has many challenges for Pakistan. The rivalry and competition among global powers, unconditional Western support to India in pursuance of their mission to contain China, India's pursuit of advanced military hardware from its strategic partners, groupings and military alliances like Quad and AUKUS, and the role of net security provider assigned to India under the so-called US Indo-Pacific strategy have adversely affected South Asian strategic stability, which should be a cause of concern to the global powers. Unfortunately, unilateral focus of Western countries on their own perceived adversaries and turning a blind eye to the dangerous developments in South Asia emboldened our eastern neighbor to undertake aggressive actions against its two nuclear neighbors, Pakistan and China, indulge in terrorist activities and target killings in Pakistan, and catapult BrahMos missile on Pakistan in March 2022. In the last part of my presentation, I want to focus on opportunities for Pakistan in the great power competition. My focus will be on transit trade through Pakistan in north-south and east-west directions. Formation of Afghan interim government after the chaotic withdrawal of foreign forces from Afghanistan in 2021 has enabled Pakistan, Russia, and Central Asian states to enhance trade through Afghanistan. In recent months, trucks carrying goods from Russia and Kazakhstan have made their first ever trips to Pakistan through Afghanistan. Also, Russian LPG has been transported by road from Russia to Pakistan through Afghanistan. Similarly, Pakistani trucks have transported goods to Russia and Kyrgyz Republic in Central Asia. Islamabad, Tehran, Istanbul train link has operated a number of times in the past, carrying up to 800,000 tons of Pakistani goods, covering about 6,000 kilometer distance one way in 11 days, which is nearly half the time taken for transportation of goods from Karachi to Istanbul by sea. Pakistan, therefore, needs to seriously consider allowing transit trade through its territory to all the Shanghai Cooperation Organization member states, including our eastern neighbor, which is a market of 1.4 billion people with total annual foreign trade turnover of over $1 trillion. By offering transit trade facilities to Russia, China, Central Asian states, Turkey, Iran, and Afghanistan through Pakistan to India and vice versa, Pakistan can truly become a transit hub of the region and earn huge dividends in transit charges. Let me underscore, this is the right time for Pakistan to open up for transit trade as sea trade routes have become vulnerable to great power competition and reaction to Israel's genocide in Palestine. This has enhanced the significance of land routes. Thank you. Let me now assume my responsibilities as the chair of the first session of this seminar. Our first speaker is Dr. Bilal Zubair. He will speak on global hegemonic tussle between the US and China, fallout and emerging dynamics. Dr. Bilal Zubair is a distinguished scholar renowned for his expertise in public diplomacy, digital diplomacy, and strategic communication. Holding a PhD from Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad, Dr. Zubair's research is focused on the intricacies of Chinese soft power dynamics, as evidenced by his seminal book, Chinese Soft Power and Public Diplomacy in the United States, published by Palgrave Macmillan in 2023. With extensive teaching experience spanning over a decade, he has imparted knowledge to undergraduate students at prestigious institutions such as University of London External Program and National University of Science and Technology, Islamabad. As a member of esteemed institutions like the VDEM Institute and Pakistan-China Institute, Dr. Zubair continues to shape discourse on global affairs, advocating for a nuanced understanding of contemporary diplomatic challenges and opportunities. He currently serves as an assistant professor of IR at the National Defense University, Islamabad. You have the floor, sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, BTTN, for this opportunity. Head of BTTN, Brigadier Agha Ahmed, Executive Director Zafar Khan Saab, Justice Retired Amanullah Yusufzai, Lieutenant General Khalid Kadwai, very esteemed guest, Assalamu alaikum. Before the start of my brief discussion on the US-China relations and how it is affecting the international system, I would really thank the chair and Brigadier Agha Khan Saab for providing me a platform. The most of what I had to deliver here has already been said by both of you, so thank you for that. So what we are talking here is a new great power rivalry that is unfolding between the United States of America and China. And it is pertinent to understand this rivalry in a global context before getting into the intricacies of what and how this rivalry is unfolding. So when we are talking about the global context of the contemporary international order, we need to understand the fact that the global order is not the same as it used to be during the Cold War era. There are three major developments which are shaping the contemporary discourse of the international system. The first is that economically, the world is shifting away from the Western-centered international order. What do I mean by that? Out of 5, 3 of the major economies lies in Asia, in the global south, as compared to the West during the 1960s. The second important component of this contemporary international order explains that we are no more living in a system that was marked by the unipolar world order. The duality of the international order, also named as the bipolar system, came to an end with the demise of the Soviet Union. For a brief period, I would say around one and a half decade, it was marked by the centrality of the US-led international system from 1990s around, I would say, till the global economic crisis that hit in 2008. So we are no more living in a unipolar system. I would say we are returning to a perhaps bipolar system supported by a multipolar order in the backdrop. So it is important to understand that this shift in the international system would have certain implications on how the new great power relationship would be unfolded. Also, it is important to mention here that the overall structure of the international system is also changing. China is rising. China's economic, military, techno rise is giving a new dimension, added dimension to the international system that the US is wary of. Looking at the US, that how US perceives the rise of China. So it's very interesting that US does not perceive the rise of China any way different from what has happened in the international system historically. An incumbent power such as the US would see China as a rising power that is there to displace the American preponderance in the international system. This is something that would any other power would see in the same manner. So the China's rise creates problems for the US-led international order. This US-led international order, also known as the norm-based or rule-based international order, had been the part and parcel of international system since 1945. And this rule-based international order also known as the liberal economic order, based on the liberal internationalism, liberal political institutions, and the liberal economic institutions is under stress, is under great stress. And China is the one to be blamed on the behest of the US. Like China is creating fictions and fractures in that rule-based international order. So what is in the wish list of the US vis-a-vis China, and what is in the wish list of the China vis-a-vis the US? This is something that would help us to understand that how both these great powers see each other. So what is in the wish list of the US? So the US and China had started their bilateral relations back in 1970s. And this was the time when the US saw China as an opportunity to contain the expansion of Soviet Union in the Eurasian region and beyond. And that marriage of convenience continued till 1990s, when the rise of China's narrative permeated in the US academic discourse. After 1.5 decades or 2 decades, that academic discourse became the part of the American political discourse. And now the rise of China is something that is ominous, that is threatening, and that is affecting and might bring down the unipolar world order. So what does the US want from China? Does the US want a fall of the Chinese Communist Party that is leading the China's political system since the independence of modern China? Or does the US want an economic meltdown in China? Does the US want a containment of China? All these three things might be in the wish list of the US. There is a pattern in the US polity when it comes to China. And that pattern is, whenever there is a president who is incoming president in the US, they have a more rhetorical, more ominous tone towards the China. But in the second part of their presidency, it started to change. And then there is a pattern of having a more amicable tone towards China. So this perhaps indicates the fact that whenever there is an incumbent president, it took the presidency some time to realize the importance of China in the international system. And it is hard to contain China in the same matter, in the same pattern as the US was able to contain the Soviet Union back in 1940s onward. Now, do we see the US moving towards the containment of China? So this question is a very dynamic question, and it has certain implications when we see the international system as it is today, and how the relationship between the US and China has evolved over a period of time. It is unlike the Cold War-based international system, when at the height of the Cold War, or even in the heydays of Cold War, when the US and Soviet Union had a very amicable relations between each other, the height of the trade, the mutual bilateral trade, was no more than $8 billion US. We are standing here, if we evaluate China, US bilateral relations in terms of their mutual trade, it is more than 700 billion US dollar. The US is the largest importer of Chinese cultural goods. The US is the largest importer of Chinese made toys, electronic equipments, and many of the nuclear components are being built in China. So what we can say here is that this is not the historic Cold War-based competition that is unfolding. It is a competition that is a managed competition. It is not merely a competition, it is a co-opetition where cooperation and competition coexist. It is not only a competition, it is a relationship between not two enemies, but the frenemies, where they both are trying to coexist with each other. While saying that, I would emphasize upon the fact that US is trying to contain China. But historically, how the US contained Soviet Union, it was a time when the Soviet Union didn't have the economic, developmental, and cultural relations with the world as the Chinese have today. China is deeply embedded in the rules-based international order. China is an important player of globalization. China is an important player of development. China is becoming a soft power superpower. So taking these facts into account, it is not merely that a rhetoric on ideological based partnership can contain China. You do see in bits and pieces the American containment policy unfolding across the world. For instance, very rightly pointed out by Brigadier Agha that there is an AUKUS, with the Americans is trying to develop AUKUS plus J, Japan, into JAUKUS. There is a trilateral summit recently that the USA, Japan, and Philippines, the president and prime minister of Japan actually attended to contain China. And then there is Quad. And then there are other multilateral, I would say, forums where the America is trying to create a deterrence, a containment towards China. But when we see China, China's BRI and its multilateral and its presence in the multilateral institutions is creating problems for the US. For instance, in Africa, for instance, like 52 out of 54 countries are part of the BRI-based projects. It means that they are not swayed by the American appeal when it comes to the development initiative. We are looking at a time when 86% perhaps of the global population is from the global south. It's a time of the war of narratives and war of perceptions. And we should not be parochial enough to look at the China from the Western lens point. Like we have to see the China from the 86% of the global population's perspective, which are eager to have or forge the good trading relations with China, while the Americans are trying to sway the world not to be into trade relations with China. They are themselves one of the leading trading partners of China. Now, coming towards the Chinese perspective and how the China sees its relations with the US, China has overly said that this is the time from 2016 Xi Jinping's speech when he said that this is the time of a new great power relationship. So what do China means by a new great power relationship? So, China had always this tendency of internalizing the externalities. You have heard perhaps that the soft power with Chinese characteristics, I would say public diplomacy with Chinese characteristics. So for me, from my understanding, it is a new great power relationship, and it is a new rule-based order with the Chinese characteristics. So what are the features of this new great power relationship? So the Chinese wants the American to accept that China is a rising power, and China and the US can coexist in this international system. They also have a plan where whenever there is a rising power, there's a great power, they have a plan of action to do things their own way without undermining, discounting the importance of globalization that has actually benefited the US, the Chinese. Also, the primacy of the United Nations, again, being a veto member, yielding member, it has been beneficial for Chinese. China wants an international system with 4 components of Chinese ideas. Those ideas that are based on Chinese characteristics should be employed, should be accepted, should be in harmony with whatever the international order exhibits today. And those 4 characteristics are, the first is the BRI, Belt and Road Initiative. And it's a massive development project that has multiple facets and multiple arteries. CPEC is one of the part of that BRI-based project. And then there are 3 different initiatives. The first is the Chinese Developmental Initiative. And this is something that resonates to the very idea, very notion of the sustainable development goals set by the United Nations. And China wants to be a partner in that project, the Global Development Initiative. And then there is the Global Security Initiative. Like, very frankly, the rule-based international order is a very selective order. It has undermined the sovereignty for the basis of which the United Nations and multiple Montevideo conventions and many other conventions have been erected. So the rule-based international order is under stress because it is undermining the sovereignty of the independent states. So what China wants is that there should be a new security initiative where the independence and sovereignty of the independent states should be held free. There should be no other state to undermine the sovereignty of these independent countries. The fourth is the Chinese civilizational initiative. The third point that I wanted to emphasize earlier was that we are living in a time where there is no one singular civilization, one cultural hegemony that was led by the US is under stress. We have new centers of civilizations. We have a Chinese civilization that is a 5,000 years of civilization in continuity. It is not the emergence of China, it is the resurgence of China. So Chinese civilization, through its soft power, through its initiative, cultural initiatives, through language training programs, and the exports of its cultural goods, they're expanding. And in this time, China wants to be respected as a state, as a civilization. And then we have the Indian civilization, for instance. They are also rising. There are other power centers. There are major powers that are on the horizon. We have Indonesia, we have Brazil, and Pakistan, with all its potential, has all the elements, necessary and requisite elements of being a major player in the international system. May they be utilized in a manner that would benefit the people and institutions of Pakistan. So what China wants is a new great power relationship. So it is very hard to make a prophecy regarding how the future holds between the great power rivalry. Like nobody knew that how the Cold War would end, but it end suddenly without knowing anyone. Like there was no real pundit who could have predicted the end of the Cold War. So one thing is for sure that when we see the American containment strategy, or how the America is envisaging China and China's rise, the Americans, being a rational actor, they do realize this fact that it is not in the interest of the US to have an all-out war or a conflict with the Chinese. That would be a major economic, political, and military, I would say, catastrophe for the world. So it's hard to predict what transpire in terms of the international order. But one thing is for sure, that the both countries have all the advantages of coexisting with each other. We are living in a time when we cannot create these centers, the alliances, the sphere of influences, and have an ideological or techno or political or military-based confrontation with each other through proxies or through the other means. So this is the time when the geoeconomics and geotechnologies are the driving force of the world, and it is rather an advantage of both the great powers to contribute to the global common good. The identity formation and the ability to produce collective common good to the Committee of Nations would determine who would lead the international system in the coming years. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your well-considered thoughts with us. We couldn't agree more that we are no longer living in the system that existed before. That China's rise has created problems for the US-dominated world, but it is hard to contain China. The US-China competition is a managed one, and that China wants peaceful coexistence as a global power. Our next speaker will join us virtually. Dr. Usman Chauhan will speak on the US-China growing trade, technology, and economic rivalry, implications for the allies. Dr. Usman Chauhan is an international economist and academic who was one of the founding directors of CAS, now serving as advisor to President CAS on economic affairs and national development. He is among the top 100 authors across all subjects and disciplines out of 1.2 million authors on the Social Sciences Research Network, which is the largest open repository of knowledge in the world at large. Dr. Chauhan has a PhD in economics from the University of New South Wales, Sydney, Australia, and an MBA from McGill University, Canada. His previous practitioner experience includes working at the National Bank of Canada and World Bank. Dr. Chauhan, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, sir. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. My gratitude to BTTN for this invitation, and I was so glad to meet representatives from BTTN recently in Islamabad at CAS. My subject continues from the previous speakers to focus on the trade, technology, and economic rivalry. Is my presentation visible? I'm going through my slides.
Yes, it is.
Oh, excellent. So thank you for that kind introduction. We'll skip that and proceed right to the fact that the Asian century is a topic that is well covered. We in G-STAR in 2022 delved into this extensively and arrived at conclusions that were in fact quite similar to those that have been echoed in the previous remarks. So we all understand that it's a multipolar world, that China is not just rising but has risen, and that it's going to be a very important time in terms of multipolarity, etc. We all know that. My specific focus is on trade, technology, and economics, which itself is a very broad set of domains, but there's a lot of cognizance and consonance between these. So, if you look at the US-China relationship, you may say that it is the most important trading relationship in the world. And if you look at the graph of the increase in exports and imports, both have increased, but US imports from China have increased far faster, and you're aware of this. Now, the trading relationship has been in many ways a good one for America, despite a lot of the rhetoric you hear. So China boosted annual purchasing power of the average US household by about $1,500 when this relationship first really took off between 2000 and 2007. And aside from the two neighbors, immediate neighbors of the United States, China is the third largest export market. And one study has suggested that the number may be up to 1 million jobs in the United States are supported directly by exports to China. So you do see a slight hiccup around the time of the pandemic, which is actually the Trump administration tariffs, but in general, the momentum is still upwards, right? Oftentimes, this is now phrased as a rupture, that things were going quite well in the early part of this century, the 21st century, and now they will create two separate trading blocks, etc., etc. This is quite an exaggeration. But the US does import quite a few things from China, even today, despite the movements you've heard, such as friendshoring and reshoring. American companies earn hundreds of billions of dollars annually from sales to China. And that's money they can invest in their operations. And adjusting for inflation, China's economy has grown more than fivefold. And some people still like to say it's the second largest, but according to some measures, especially purchasing power parity per capita, it is the largest economy in the world now. It is number one in that number one-ish mindset where you rank countries, although it's not always appropriate to rank them per se. So what is the problem that has occurred? Well, I've framed this in terms of a discussion of two competing rationalities or logics. In the shorthand, you can say there's the New York logic And then there's the Washington logic, which is to say the finance establishment and the security establishment of the United States. The New York logic was expansion of markets, free markets, access to capital, and let's all work for the bottom line. That was the Wall Street mentality. I actually worked in global equities at a time when the New York logic was preponderant. Circa 2008, 2012, you might say. The single most important question for my team investing in any company anywhere in the world was, what is your exposure to China? And from that, we could work backwards what their growth prospects are, what their profitability was not even important, but just sales growth based on their market share and so on. So the single biggest question we always wanted to know for any company in any sector that was global in nature was, what is the exposure to China? Now, in recent years, this has been overridden. You may say that around the time that Trump first came into power, the Washington logic came. And this security logic meant that you were ceding power to a new rising giant, and therefore you would compromise your security. A lot of this interconnection between you and this rising giant would compromise your technological edge and so on. That's the Washington logic. This logic, this rationality has superseded New York, and New York is now sitting in the back seat. So there are two capitals with different rationalities, and one has superseded the other. But there are other issues in this too. Some scholars call it the China shock, that the vast size of China's low-wage workforce at that time did affect many industries in America because they didn't adapt. The corporations in America didn't care enough for their workers. Anyways, they're happy to send this stuff abroad. And political polarization also increased in the United States, and that affects how their political system works. The greatest polarization occurred in the countries that were most counties, the states or the regions of the United States that were most polarized were those that were most harmed by that switch over. So the Rust Belt, for example, in the United States, the rust being the dyeing industries. And the other question comes about manipulation of currencies. This is an accusation leveled against China. And there is some merit to the idea that if a country is so large in trade and so much is being traded, it has such a large surplus, then its currency should be very desirable and appreciate significantly. And yet there is a significant discount in the renminbi relative to other countries, despite such large trading relationships. So you basically hacked the system where the foreign exchange markets would reflect the demand for your currency. So that's one issue that constantly gets raised, and it's not without merit. The other accusation that America levels is about forced technology transfer, because in order to collaborate significantly, so this is on the nexus or the axis of trade, technology, and economics, that in order to truly engage with China, the demand is always that you have to pass on your intellectual property. And in late-stage capitalism, the most important asset is intellectual property. So you're surrendering that asset too quickly. This is an accusation. Finally, although the American system does strongly subsidize directly and indirectly its corporations, the accusation they instead level is that China does it more directly through the state-owned enterprise system, and it's hard for anybody to compete with those kinds of juggernauts. So these are some areas where the rhetoric in America has become ever more acrimonious. And this is now well established in the rhetoric. Maybe if we made this presentation 5 years ago, we might speak in the gerund, saying that this is happening. But in fact, this is now part and parcel of the discourse. You can see this asymmetry in the current account balance in United States dollars. The left graph is China. Its mirror image is the United States on the right. This graph has different horizons, but you see that the portion which is relevant is from 1998. And in the graph on the right, it's a mirror image. So that whatever with the zero-sum element of surpluses and deficits is reflected here. You see? Now, what this leads me to conclude, and to many others who are now cynics of already the dying New York logic, is that for centuries now, for about 300 years, the West has said free trade, and asked people to open up markets and goods and tout the merits of this free trade idea, but that was only because it benefited them. I ask you to recall how the British cut the thumbs of the Bengal weavers to keep their manufacturers coming in as opposed to the superior Bengal weaving, right? That cloth. So that's the other element, the violence that came with that free trade. That is now all receded, and now it's not about free trade. And it's quite embarrassing for me because in my lifetime, I've seen the entire discourse among economic thinkers and economic practitioners suddenly switch. Why? Because they were not particularly honest about it to begin with. And that's something for us to recall, that this free trade is only good for you if you're benefiting already, and you will exploit people once you are you are now at the receiving end. Suddenly it's a very different narrative. Now, in the US-China economic and trade and technology relationship, some important dates that we must recall that are recent is that the Trans-Pacific Partnership was one important early signal. Now, you're aware that this hasn't fully materialized, but the negotiations were completed about a decade ago. And then in 2017, after Trump came to power, he withdrew the United States from the TPP, and Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping launched the Comprehensive Economic Dialogue. So at the same time that there was this adversarial element rising, they still were in dialogue. But then, over the subsequent 2 years, Trump imposed a sweeping set of tariffs on Chinese goods. And this led to a tit-for-tat retaliation. So X amount was tariffed here, an equivalent amount China found to punish the United States. And so trade became a punitive domain. Now, there were some reconciliation efforts, such as phase one. Phase one was that China would buy X amount of US exports, about $200 billion worth of exports, to try to rationalize that imbalance, try to mitigate its extent. But that didn't actually happen. And since Biden has been in power since 2020, he's continued on that momentum. So it doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat, right? And particular areas that were of interest at that time, 2020, were around the technological edge. So semiconductors became an area where restriction was trying to be made. That hasn't worked because China has worked towards more advanced nanometer level advancements in the semiconductor domain. So you cannot stop China, but you can go through the drama of trying to. That's what America has ended up doing. And Biden signed an executive order last year restricting some US investment in Chinese high-tech industries. The same thing. It hasn't worked out as they wanted. So there's a close level of analysis between technology and economics in this relationship, the most important relationship in the world in terms of the economic size. Now, the US has not been silly about this. This is their primary concern, and every other geopolitical issue in the world to their Washington establishments is just a distraction. The primary concern for them, as you hear constantly, is that, for example, with Ukraine or with Israel, these are not our main interest. We have to focus back on China. And the US response, therefore, has involved a set of tools. Negotiations, as I mentioned. Sometimes they've gone to the World Trade Organization, and from the American point of view, and also from the Chinese point of view, the World Trade Organization now is not fit for purpose. China joined about 30 years ago now, 29 years ago, and now the level of technology that is used, the level of robotics, trade, artificial intelligence, WTO rules don't capture that. So you have to rethink the World Trade Organization according to both sides. Greater investment scrutiny. So, for example, China was also investing in the United States, about tens of billions of dollars order of magnitude. But that all has washed away because the amount of scrutiny is so large now that it's simply not, it's too prohibitive. China is better off indirectly going into US markets via third countries. Tariffs, so straight up attacks and barriers, $360 billion in the Biden's time now. Industrial policy, so the revival of American industries, that is quite hit and miss. It depends on which sector you're analyzing to look at how effective it's been. Trans-Pacific Partnership is still in principle on the table, but has very slow progress because everybody else also realizes the importance of China, so it isn't just a one-way thing. The phase one I had mentioned, It hasn't reached its end. And now one area where serious work is being done is to change US laws to deal with China. So at the legislative level, Congress especially, is seeing how the frameworks that have existed simply need to be redone because they've never dealt with anything like China. Japan in 1986, for example, was not comparable to what China is now. So with their negotiations, often as this cartoon shows, before trying to fill it with air, we need to air some grievances. See, so there are just a lot of grievances now because America's unipolar moment has withered away very fast. The semiconductor example, as I mentioned, China has nevertheless managed to advance and continues to advance, whether the US puts sanctions or not. You understand that one. But what happens with this America First mindset is that the leadership that the Americans presumed after World War II to possess doesn't exist anymore, because the more isolated and more inward-looking insular you are, the less you will be able to exude the soft power global leadership, the de facto mantle of global affairs. So you're breaking the bricks of global leadership to try to build the wall of America first, right? There is a direct trade-off. So it depends on how globalist you are. This is the word that Americans often use for the people who are sympathetic to global American leadership, globalist, versus nationalist in that sense. This trade-off is becoming ever more to the detriment of American global power. Now, for the rest of the world, oftentimes it is framed in these binary terms. You're either with the US or you're with China. This option has been presented to countries like Pakistan, and all countries want to resist this. No country finds an interest in just siding with China or just siding with the US. And one depicting the other as a bully does not help the countries in question. The vast number of countries, many countries, in fact, have benefited significantly from balancing in the past 30, 40 years, relationship between both. For example, Canada or Singapore, some European countries like Germany, they've all benefited from having good relationships with both sides. But once the acrimony and the hegemonic struggle becomes so intense, these powers, among these powers, the US tries to force the hand of countries, join us or them. And it's to the detriment of these countries. So they may acquiesce to American rhetoric, but in reality, they realize that their interests lie in having multiple powerful and significant, vibrant relationships, right? So we also have to keep that in mind.
Excuse me for interruption. Usman Sahib, you have 5 minutes. So kindly try to conclude your presentation within those 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. So the key point now that I will build in the next 5 minutes is that the global center of gravity is reshifting back to Asia. But the West is making, particularly the United States, is making the economic shift harder than it needs to be. As a result, Western projects that try to keep the hegemonic logic in place are unraveling. And the East, which is more accurately described as the global South, is making new alliances. But Pakistan doesn't seem to be on board with this, and now we have to reflect on why. So this map, and I have written papers just around this, is that if you look originally, the global economic center of gravity in 180 and 1000 AD, in 1,000 years, was basically around Taxila. That's not because of Taxila per se, but because of China, because of Southeast Asia, South Asia, the Middle East, etc. And over time, it shifted westwards because of the rise of Europe and then eventually North America. But in the late, you can say 20th century, and then certainly in the 21st century, it shifted back. And it will soon arrive back to its origin, which was right here. So we are, in a sense, and for much of the recent 1,000 to 2,000, 3,000 years, have been the global center of economic gravity. But this transition back is not being made easy because the West is not being particularly nice about it. In some transitions in history, the power that has ceded control has been nice about it. Here, no. And as a result, the Western projects that are unraveling, you see them, Ukraine, to try to keep down Russia. This is a meme that I had shared at the time of the eruption of conflict in 2022. How can the Americans use us for geopolitical gains and then leave us to die? And the Pakistanis say, was this your first time? Because, we know very well what that's about. and the other one is Israel. I couldn't find an appropriate image because everything coming out of this genocide by Israel is so horrific. But the military-industrial complex and the media complex are a big part of that. And this is all unraveling despite the amount of resources put into it. At the same time, the BRICS is rising. The previous speakers have mentioned it. I don't see any Pakistani representative here, and I don't see RP in the acronym. And that means that we must have missed the boat, and joining late doesn't help. But at the same time, while the West is putting sanctions on Russia, and this is an example of the spate that happened after 2022, Russia's economy is fine, as was mentioned earlier. Now, one final thing I must mention that you must realize, is that China's economy is not slowing as the Western narrative says. In 2004, China was growing at 10%, but its economy was 1.9 trillion. So it added 190 billion to its product. Today, or let's say 2022, it grew at 3%. But it has an $18 trillion economy, and 3% of that is 540 billion. So it's adding more today than it did back then. It is not slowing down. You have to parse through these narratives mathematically and keep aware that China is not in the weak position that is being framed for. It is doing fine. And now America, in the meantime, is continuing with this awful strategy because the only way that America can stay number one is making sure that everybody else is zero. That's where they're at right now in their empire's life. And
Usman
we all
Saab,
have
kindly conclude your presentation.
All right, I'm done. Thank you.
Well, thank you for honoring my request. And thank you also for sharing your thoughts with us. You have rightly pointed out that the US companies earn hundreds of billions of dollars from exports to China. Your explanation of the US-China rivalry in terms of the New York logic and Washington or security logic was really interesting. I'm sure this must have been interesting for our listeners also. Our next speaker is Ms. Hanana Zarar. She will speak on multidimensional military force modernization of the US and China, prospects of an arms race and escalation. Ms. Hanana Zarar holds the position of Associate Director for Global Strategic and Geopolitical Issues at the Balochistan Think Tank Network. With over 8 years of experience, she has served as a research analyst at esteemed think tanks in Islamabad, including the Center for Aerospace and Security Studies, that is CAS, and the Strategic Vision Institute. Additionally, she has contributed her expertise to counter extremism wing of the National Counterterrorism Authority in Pakistan. Her knowledge extends to emerging military technologies, particularly artificial intelligence. She holds an MPhil degree in strategic studies from the National Defense University and has earned distinction in her Master's and Masters of Philosophy program from the same institution. Ms. Zarar has presented her research on applications of AI and generative AI at international forums such as the International Conference on Artificial Intelligence and Emerging Technologies. You have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible? The topic I am given is, am I audible now? Okay. The topic I've been given is multi-dimensional military force modernization by the US and China, and chances or evidences of arms race and escalation as a result of it. First, knowing what is military force modernization, it is basically the transformation or a process of upgrading a state's military capabilities, its equipment, its technologies and strategies to maintain, or more precisely to enhance its effectiveness and readiness in the face of evolving threats and challenges. It could include the inclusion of latest weaponry, latest technologies, which includes lethal weapon systems, improved personnel training, enhanced logistics, and more recently, inclusion of cutting edge technologies like integration of artificial intelligence and precision weapons, and also the cyber warfare capabilities. And I'm just notified that I only have 10 minutes, but I will take 15. As my topic is complex and covers broad range of elements, I have divided my talk in 3 sections. First, I'll be talking about the orientation of US and China's military strategies. Second, the current trends in multi-dimensional military force modernization, US versus China. And last, the chances and evidence of escalation and arms race because of this modernization. So coming to the first section, that is orientation of military strategies of US and China. As US itself claims that it follows the goal of full spectrum dominance in its military strategy, which means the ability to control any situation or defeat any adversary across a range of military operations. US National Military Strategy, which is NMS, takes its strategic guidance by the goals and objectives contained in the National Security Strategy, and also serves to implement the National Defense Strategy of United States. Orientation of any state's military strategy is primarily dependent on the security situation, and US defines the security situation as primary driver of its national military strategy. And 2 aspects which are crucial in determining the security environment for US are 1, the complex and distributed battle space, and second is the technology diffusion and access to advanced weapon systems. So coming to the first one, what is complex and distributed battle space? It is where US perceives that adversaries threaten it throughout a complex battle space, extending from critical regions to the homeland and spanning the global commons of international space, waters, airspace, and cyberspace now. Thus, the US believes to enhance security at home while actively patrolling strategic approaches and extending defensive capabilities well beyond the US borders, specifically the region where its competitors exist. China, coming to China's strategic concept of active defense is the essence of its military strategic thought. According to China's ancient military strategy, combined with contemporary situation, building a strong national defense and powerful armed forces is a strategic task of China's modernization drive and a security guarantee for China's peaceful development as well. China adheres to the concept that its armed forces will adapt themselves to new changes in the national security environment and implement the military strategic guidelines of active defense in the new security situation by accelerating its force modernization and naval expansion. This makes China's ancient military strategy to continue reorienting from theater defense to trans-theater mobility. Theater defense is to protect one from regional threats, while trans-theater mobility goes beyond the regional dynamics. Thus, PLA is actively elevating its capabilities for precise, multidimensional, trans-theater, multifunctional, and sustainable operations. So with this discussion, it's evident that both US and China's evolving military strategies are driving force behind their rapid military force modernization. Now let us have a comparative analysis of multidimensional military force modernization efforts by the US and China across various domains. As mentioned by Ambassador Kazi, that defense budget of China for fiscal year 2024 was $231.4 billion, while that of US is approximately $886 billion. According to SIPRI's fact sheet on trends in world military expenditure 2023, the 5 biggest spenders in 2023 were the United States, China, Russia, India, and Saudi Arabia, which together accounted for 61% of the world's military spending. The US and China remained the top 2 biggest spenders in the world, and both increased their military spending in 2023. The US spending was $916 billion, while Chinese spending was an estimated approximately $296 billion. The US remained by far the largest spender in the world, allocating 3.1 times more to the military than the second largest spender, China. The biggest percentage increase among all US military spending categories in 2023 was RDT&E, which is research, development, test, and evaluation. To note, military aid to Ukraine was highly debated topic in the US in 2023 that keeps the Russia very well in equation of great power competition. 35.7 billion in 2023, of which 25.4 billion was in the form of military aid, the largest amount of military aid given to Ukraine by any country that year. The remaining 10.3 billion in Ukraine-related allocation included funds to support European allies and US command operations in Europe. So now coming to the domain-wise comparison, in terms of land forces, US Army emphasizes modernizing ground forces with advanced combat vehicles, artillery systems, and infantry equipment. It invests in long-range precision fires, mobility, and survivability on the battlefield. China's ground forces modernization includes developing advanced main battle tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery systems. It focuses on enhancing its mechanized and digitized capabilities as well as investments in unmanned ground vehicles and long-range precision fires. In terms of air power, the US Air Force maintains its air superiority with advanced fighter aircraft, such as F-35 Joint Strike Fighter and B-21 Raider bomber, which is a strategic bomber. It invests in next-generation technologies for aerial dominance, including stealth, unmanned systems, and air-to-air combat capabilities. China has been rapidly modernizing on the other hand as well. Its Air Force with indigenous developments like J-20 stealth fighter and J-16 multi-role fighter. It focuses on enhancing air-to-air and air-to-ground capabilities, including long-range precision strike capabilities and unmanned aerial vehicles. In terms of maritime, where US Navy stands as powerful maritime force globally, with a large fleet of aircraft carriers, submarines, surface combatant, and amphibious assault ships, it emphasizes power projection, sea control, and protecting maritime interests worldwide. And naval expansion, on the other hand, for China is one defining element of China's rise. China's naval modernization includes expanding its fleet with advanced surface ships, submarines, and aircraft carriers. It focuses on enhancing its blue water capabilities as well, including the perceived anti-access and area denial strategies in the South China Sea and beyond. And now, as cyberspace is a very well separate domain of warfare, the US has sophisticated cyber command structure and invests heavily in offensive and defensive cyber capabilities. It has significant focus on cyber security, including protecting critical infrastructure and military networks. China has been rapidly expanding its cyber capabilities as well, focusing on offensive cyber operations for espionage and potential disruption. It invests in cyber technologies for intelligence gathering and has been accused of engaging in cyber attacks against various targets worldwide lately. Space, in terms of outer space, US maintains a dominant position in space with space budget of $69 billion in 2022, out of which $43 billion was for military purpose only, with advanced satellite systems, space-based sensors, and a robust space exploration program. It emphasized space superiority and has demonstrated capabilities for satellite launch, surveillance, and communication. China has made significant stride in space technology, developing its satellite systems, conducting manned space missions, and launching lunar explorations with $16 billion budget in 2022 alone. It is expanding its space capabilities for military purposes, including satellite navigation and surveillance. Information domain has also become very much a separate domain of warfare nowadays. The US emphasizes information dominance with advanced sensors, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, ISR capabilities across multiple domains, and it invests in technologies for data fusion, analysis, and decision-making. So in summary, both the US and China are actively modernizing their military forces across multiple domains, with each emphasizing different capabilities based on their strategic priorities and regional objectives. With this, I think, with this comparative analysis, we can assess the chances and evidence of evidence of arms race and escalation. The arms race between US and China is fueled by ongoing military modernization on both sides, seeing other as a strategic competitor. This leads to a cycle of development and deployment of advanced weapon systems, which can escalate tensions and contribute to arms race dynamics. Technologies such as hypersonic missiles, cyber warfare capabilities, and advanced surveillance systems are some of the areas where competition is particularly intense. Yes, sir. I'll skip most of the parts and I'll go to the regional tension, which is one of the friction point between the two. Most prominent evidence is the Taiwan conflict. It is widely understood that short of a nuclear war, a conflict over Taiwan would unquestionably cause catastrophic economic damage, not only for the United States and mainland China, but for the rest of the world too. Military posturing and exercises in sensitive regions like the South China Sea contributes to regional tensions and raise concerns about the potential for conflict escalation. Both the countries, in terms of outer space weaponization, have conducted tests of anti-satellite weapons, demonstrating their ability to potentially disable or destroy satellites in orbits. For example, many argue that China's 2007 ASAT test resulted in the destruction of one of its own satellites, generating debris that posed risks to other spacecraft which were existing there. Both the US and China have dedicated military space programs focused on developing and deploying satellites for communication and reconnaissance. These programs often involve dual-use technology that could be adapted for offensive space operations. Moreover, both countries have articulated space doctrines and strategies that emphasize the importance of space superiority and the potential use of space assets for military purposes. This includes efforts to protect their own satellites and deny the use of space to adversaries. So to conclude, these factors collectively indicate a growing competition between US and China, which is multidimensional and evidently intensifies the arms race and escalation provided the existence of lethal weapon systems, raising concerns about the potential for conflict, escalation, and destabilization of the space as well. Additionally, it is an intensified competition between the US and China poses major risk for regional stability in South Asia particularly, which is a conflict-prone region with existence of nuclear rivals. This suggests that world, and specifically the contested regions like Asia-Pacific, needs to adapt with a greater power competition, and states need to craft their foreign policies in accordance with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hanana, for your very informative presentation and making a very complex topic easy to understand. I wish hundreds of billions of dollars that you have mentioned were spent by the global powers on development rather than forced modernization as part of their competition. Our last speaker of the session is Ms. Halima Saadia. She will speak on emergence of the Quad and AUKUS, containing the rise of China and reinforcing India. Ms. Halima Saadia is doctoral candidate at the Center for International Peace and Stability, National University of Sciences and Technology, Islamabad. She is currently a non-resident fellow at the Arms Control Negotiation Academy and research fellow at the Rhodes Initiative. Prior to her transition to academia, she worked at Pakistan's Strategic Plans Division, where she conducted policy analysis on strategic affairs. She has an MS and MPhil in Defense and Strategic Studies from Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad. She was awarded the Chancellor's Medal by the President of Pakistan and Vice Chancellor's Medal by Quaid-e-Azam University in recognition of her academic credentials. She was the South Asia Visiting Fellow at the Stimson Center in 2023 and Visiting Fellow at the Sandia National Laboratories and James Martin Center for Non-Proliferation Studies, Monterey, USA. Her areas of interest include nuclear non-proliferation, nuclear policies of India and Pakistan, deterrence, nuclear strategy, diplomacy, nuclear security, cyber security, arms control, and disarmament. You have the floor.
For giving me the opportunity to speak on this very important event. And I also want to thank my fellow speakers on this panel because they have set the stage for my talk, because my topic is very focused and it required a lot of context, and the earlier presentations have provided that very, very important context. So the emergence of quadrilateral security dialogue, Quad, and the Australia, UK, US Trilateral Security Partnership, or AUKUS as it is called, in the Indo-Pacific region raises crucial questions regarding their objectives, motivations, and implications. So what I'll try to do in my talk is that I would focus on how these initiatives align with the overall objective of containing China's rise and then reinforcing India, motivations for India's involvement in Quad and its support of AUKUS, also China's response to these two groupings. Lastly, I will attempt to analyze what does this this mean for the future? What does the future hold in the overall context of Quad, AUKUS, and the China-US US competition? So first off, I will try to assess the objectives and strategic rationales behind the formation of Quad and AUKUS. So Quad, comprising US, India, Japan, Australia, it was initially established for humanitarian assistance and disaster relief following the Indian Ocean tsunami in 2004. However, since that time, it has evolved into a strategic forum with broader objectives. The primary objective of the Quad is to ensure strategic sea routes in the Indo-Pacific region remain free from any influence. And it also aims to secure the Western construct of a rule-based global order, a liberal trading system, and freedom of navigation. It also works against the predatory trade and economic policies. These objectives align with the overall goal of containing China's influence, especially in the maritime domain. AUKUS, on the other hand, is a strategic defense alliance between Australia, the UK, and US. And the initial focus of AUKUS is to build a class of nuclear-powered submarine for Australia. However, the alliance also aims to work together in the Indo-Pacific region, where the rise of China is seen as an increasing threat. AUKUS is seen as an effort to counterbalance China's growing power and influence in the region. So moving on to the motivations that India had continues to have with regards to its involvement in Quad and its support of AUKUS. So India's involvement in Quad and support of AUKUS initiatives is driven by its strategic interests, the regional stability, and the need to balance the rise of China in the Indo-Pacific region. With regards to Quad, India kind of sees it as, there are two different ways in which India sees it. So before explaining that, I also want to emphasize that Quad emerged from the vision of the Indo-Pacific as a single strategic space where activities in one area would inevitably affect activities in the other. So on one hand, this suits India as a collective security framework, because it helps India in counterbalancing China's assertive behavior in the region. And you can kind of assess this by seeing that all 4 Quad members believe that China's rise and the reach of its Belt and Road Initiative pose a threat to them and their interests in the region. On the other hand, India's main focus is on Indian Ocean, and Quad's emphasis on Indo-Pacific dilutes that focus. And I'll come to this point, later in my talk as well. Secondly, the strategic partnerships that India has with members of Quad, and this particular setting, it kind of helps it strengthen those partnerships. These partnerships offer India access to advanced defense technologies, intelligence sharing mechanisms, and opportunities for joint military exercises and capacity building initiatives. India's collaboration with Quad members enhances its defense capabilities and interoperability with regional and global partners. Thirdly, in context of India's involvement in Quad, as a founding member of this grouping, India plays a proactive role in shaping the strategic discourse and the multilateral arrangements in the Indo-Pacific. India's involvement in Quad complements its broader efforts to engage with regional and international institutions, including ASEAN-led mechanisms, the Indian Ocean Rim Association, and the East Asia Summit. Fourthly, it helps India to uphold the rules and norms, and that perhaps US also had a vested interest in, and it kind of ensures that freedom of navigation and trade. It promotes connectivity and also economic development and security within the existing rules and standard. Now, with regards to India's support for AUKUS, AUKUS could strengthen Quad's agenda to keep Indo-Pacific region free, open, and inclusive. For India, AUKUS is inextricably linked to its own participation in and strategic calculations vis-a-vis the Quad. AUKUS also highlights some of the dilemmas that India faces with regards to the Quad, whether to share or pass the burden to contain China in the Indo-Pacific, whether to commit to even greater reliance on the United States as its defense partner. And this is where I would connect with my earlier point as well regarding India's dilemma with its participation in Quad and AUKUS. So these alliances do also present India with certain dilemmas and challenges that it needs to navigate carefully. India is uncomfortable with the framing of Quad as an anti-China alliance, and it wants to benefit from the strategic alliances and be seen in the company of the like-minded states, supporting the Western construct of the rules-based order. Yet it wants to refrain from confronting China openly and also the excessive securitization of the Quad. India's dilemma is evident in its statements from its officials, which once often repeated India's role as a net security provider in the Indian Ocean region, to now talking about India being a bridge builder or a first responder in the Indo-Pacific. India sees Indian Ocean as vital for its economic and security interests and wants to establish maritime primacy in this region to counter China's growing influence to initiatives like Belt and Road Initiative. So while engaging diplomatically and rhetorically with the Indo-Pacific concept, India's operational maritime capabilities and ambitions are currently limited primarily to the Indian Ocean region and largely due to the constraints on its naval force projection. So in order to establish its dominance in the Indian Ocean region, let alone the whole US construct of the Indo-Pacific, India will have to considerably develop its naval capabilities, its submarine force, and nuclear deterrence at sea. And you can imagine how far-reaching those implications would be for Pakistan. So what has been China's response to Quad? It's changed from an early dismissiveness to a delayed interest, to mild concern, to now what we see it as a serious consideration on the part of Chinese. For example, in 2018, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi referred to Quad as nothing more than dissipating sea foam. Quad's revival in 2017 raised China's suspicions of a containment strategy orchestrated by US and its allies, particularly Japan, and it kind of saw it as encircling China. So some of the Chinese analysts have likened Quad to Asian NATO, but there are other Chinese analysts who doubt its ability to match NATO's institutionalization. However, the Quad's activities, such as coordinating on maritime security, infrastructure development, and its increasing institutionalization, including the addition of Quad plus groupings, have compelled Chinese strategists to reassess its significance. A perceptible shift in the Chinese diplomatic rhetoric began around the same time as Quad's upgrade to ministerial status in 2020 to refer to the group as small clique, whose appeal would be limited. In March 2021, China's defense ministry spokesperson accused the Quad of advocating bloc confrontation and blatantly stirring up trouble among regional countries. So looking ahead, Chinese perception of the Quad will depend on whether it can deliver tangible benefits to the region, such as alternative infrastructure financing, technology access, that would eventually reduce their reliance on China. China has very strongly criticized AUKUS, and it has accused the participating nations of engaging in hegemonic practices and perpetuating a Cold War mentality. Beijing has also expressed concerns about AUKUS undermining the international nuclear non-proliferation regime. So with that, I would try to assess what does the future hold in this whole context. One, perhaps there would be a lot more focus on minilaterals. We already see that happening in context of Quad and AUKUS, but then these are just two of several other initiatives. For example, there is a supply chain resilience initiative that Australia, Japan, and India are part of. There is also a US, Japan, Philippines framework. Then one other thing that's perhaps more concerning for Pakistan is that we are concerned about India's growing military capabilities, and but there is a need for us even to take a broader view of the situation and global developments and realize that the game is bigger than India-Pakistan rivalry. Having said that, we have to find a strategic direction and policy to kind of protect ourselves from these regional and global developments. Lastly, I want to talk about three conditionalities that might have an impact on the extent of Quad and AUKUS on the overall US-China competition. So the first one perhaps would be Quad's transition from an informal framework of cooperation to a formal regional organization. Secondly, perhaps a more securitized role of Quad, which we haven't seen as yet, but there are indications that it might happen in the in some years. And lastly, the added muscle for the Australian Navy under the AUKUS Pact seems some years away. This gives China a time advantage in the short to medium term. So the question is, would it respond by further developing its fleet of nuclear submarines? Would we see a more visible Chinese presence in the Indo-Pacific, and how it would impact India's policy, India's position, and in turn, how it would impact Pakistan? Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation and explaining in detail AUKUS and Quad objectives, and also the designs of the participants, one of which is to contain China. Now we have time for about three questions. We will take them in one go, and while asking questions, please identify yourself and also let us know the speaker to whom you are addressing the question. Please be brief in your questions because we have just 10 minutes. Otherwise, we will be eating into your tea break. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, sir. I'm Momin Khan, research assistant at Balochistan Think Tank Network, Quetta. My question is from Dr. Usman Chauhan. First of all, sir, thank you so much for the enlightening session. My question is that what will be the economic implications of increasing US-China rivalry on South Asian region in general and Pakistan in particular? Thank you, sir.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Muhammad Umar, BSIR 8th semester. My question is that Pakistan owes debt to China and it's going CPEC. And China is the biggest arms supplier to Pakistan. We can see JF-17s and J-10. On the other side, US is imposing sanctions on Pakistan missile program. And on the other hand, it's advocating for security partnership, carrots and sticks. So we are not strong enough because weak states never have sovereignty. They never have a say in it. Sooner we are going to get a call this time too. Either you are with us or you are against us from the both sides. Brink on the default, TTP out of control, Afghan strategic debt backfired, Quad modernizing India's military, India on part to achieve Security Council in UN. So how will we drive out of this?
Assalamu alaikum, sir. I am Salman Nehmat from University of Balochistan. And my question is for Dr. Bilal Zubair. In this great rivalry between US and China, what could be a better strategy for Pakistan, where more opportunities and challenges are created for Pakistan? Secondly, should Pakistan be happy with US being on the top, or China's supremacy would be more fruitful for us?
A question.
सर अस्सलाम वालेकुम सर, मेरा नाम शाहजेब खान है और मैं IR 6th सेमेस्टर से हूँ। सर मेरा जो क्वेश्चन है वो बिलाल जुबैर से है। सर आपका जो टॉपिक था वो था ग्लोबल हेजेमनी टसल बिटवीन US एंड चाइना। मगर सर अगर हम देखें तो ग्रेट पावर्स वो हमेशा रैशनली बिहेव करते हैं, मतलब वो कॉस्ट एंड बेनिफिट्स को देख के कोई भी फैसला करते हैं। तो अगर हम देखें तो चाइना का जो स्ट्रेटजी है हेजेमनी में भी एक हेजमन होता है जो कि बीइंग हेजमन जो कि US है, और दूसरा होता है रेस फॉर हेजेमनी। और जो चाइना कर रहा है वो रेस फॉर हेजेमनी कर रहा है ताकि वो हेजमन बन रहा है। तो इस हेजेमनी में हो सकता है कि वो डिक्लाइन हो जाए, उसकी जो इकोनॉमी है वो डिक्लाइन हो जाए, क्योंकि अगर हम देखें तो जो चाइना की जो रिजीम है, जो कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी ऑफ चाइना की जो रिजीम है वो कड़ी ही उसकी इकोनॉमी पे है। तो ओके तो सर मेरा ये सवाल है कि फिर चाइना क्यों इरेशनल बिहेव कर रहा है? अगर वो हेजमन बन रहा है तो हो सकता है वो डिक्लाइन भी हो जाए, क्योंकि US सॉफ्ट पावर, हार्ड पावर और इकोनॉमी में उससे ज्यादा है। थैंक यू।
Thank you for your questions. I will request the speakers to kindly be brief in their response. For each question, we have 2 minutes. Thank you. Chauhan Saab, are you with us?
Yes, sir. Would you like me to respond first?
Yes. Thank you.
There were two questions. One was about debt and one was about trade. जो आपका पहला सवाल था उसमें तो हमारे जनूबी एशिया में बुनियादी तौर पे फायदा ही है कि चाइना तरक्की करे और यहाँ पर सरमाया करे। Now the question is, will this acrimony make the trade more acrimonious? Will it reduce trades? Will it create imbalances? I don't believe so, because I think Pakistan, in order to increase its economic potential and its economic exports and its economic investment, FDI, has to look at all regions of the world. And so it should not have this logic of preferentiality. First thing. On the debt issue, I think that the debt trap narrative is highly exaggerated. China is not interested in putting Pakistan in a debt trap. China is interested in producing Pakistan as a model for the world, that its vision actually is superior to that of the West, that instead of plundering and using colonialism, it can actually help other countries thrive. So if Pakistan does develop and uses the credit and loans to invest in its development and grow at a faster rate than the rate of interest on the loans, then we will be in a very good position. So Pakistan and China must continue to work hard. And I think that the idea of zero sum is not helpful in this. It's America that will try to force our hand, and we have to think about the benefit of our entire population rather than whomsoever gains from closeness to America. We have to think of Pakistan, and China is a much better candidate for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good question regarding how Pakistan has to navigate between the US and China in this great power rivalry. What are the policy options for Pakistan? So, like as you have said, that Pakistan has tilt towards China, and there is a discourse that China is perhaps exploiting Pakistan in terms of its over reliance on China. So, if we see the countries in our region, like Singapore and India, they have navigated between the US and China in terms of their relation. For that matter, even Russia and US in their relations. So for Pakistan, China is its largest supplier of arms, whereas the US is Pakistan's larger exporting partner. Like Pakistan export more to the US than it imports, and it's the largest trading partner of Pakistan. So for Pakistan, if Pakistan's economy is in stable conditions and political and demographic indicators are in a stable position, Pakistan is better able to navigate between the two paths. So it is first about self-reliance. If we are continuing looking towards the IMFs and World Banks and Arab countries to bring out of this recurrent pattern of debt trap. So this is something that is not going to help. So it's a self-reliance that would enable us to navigate better in terms of the policy options towards the great power. Like Pakistan has to have better relations with both the countries. Both are important players, and picking sides is not something that is advisable. The second question, another very good question, that China is perhaps decline, but China might perhaps decline. Its hegemony would come to an end. China is not a hegemon at this time. And if we see the forecasts, Dr. Chauhan also provided a very ample account of how China is progressing year by year or decade by decade. China is the second economy after the US in terms of its GDP, bigger in terms of the purchasing power parity. And China is a developing country by many accounts, around 35% of the Chinese population is near the poverty line, above the poverty line, but it's near the poverty line. But China, in the future forecast, is growing at a very stable pace. So, the notion that China is going to decline in the foreseeable future, it would be a preconceived notion, I would say. So rather than coming to such conclusions, we have to see that how these countries are dealing with each other, how good they are contributing in terms of the global public good. Like China, we have seen during the COVID, and they have provided in terms of the global health emergencies to countries even like the United States of America. The US and Europe was in competition for the health emergencies from China and many countries across the world. So in the foreseeable future, the economic indicators, the socio-demographic indicators, the military indicators, political indicators do not forecast a decline of China in the foreseeable future. So like the Chinese hegemony, which is not here still, coming to an end, it would be a more preconceived notion. Thank you.
Well, with that, let me.
Second question on military. She wants to respond.
I want to respond to the question about sanctions, those report on Pakistan. China is undeniably significant for Pakistan for three reasons. One is arms sales, second is the economic cooperation under the flag of CPEC, and third most important is that the China is a consistent support for Pakistan on international forums, especially in case of Kashmir issues or other strategic issues which Pakistan faces because of Indo-US partnership. And Pakistan and US relations in past can be well defined in terms of military and economic aid. That too has declined since the withdrawal of US withdrawal of from Afghanistan. So Pakistan needs to adopt an unbiased and neutral approach with both the great powers. And Pakistan has acted as a bridge between the two, between US and US and China in past as well. So it can have a positive impact and mediatory approach again, but that too needs stability at home first.
Well, thank you very much. With regard to, I'll just add a small comment. As far as the sanctions, US sanctions are concerned on Pakistan, there's nothing new about it. You would recall that we were with the Americans and their partners when the Soviets intervened in Afghanistan. But as soon as Soviets withdrew from Afghanistan, sanctions were imposed on our nuclear program. When 9/11 happened and the US wanted our cooperation, there were several layers of sanctions on Pakistan. And because it was in the interest of the US, they removed all those sanctions so that we could cooperate with them once again in Afghanistan. So there has been a pattern in American policy towards Pakistan, and America also imposes sanctions on many other countries. I mentioned that more than 28,000 sanctions have been imposed in Russia. Iran, our neighboring country, Brazilian country, is also heavily under sanctions. But sanctions also provide an opportunity to indigenize many things. We benefited from the sanctions that were imposed after the Soviet withdrawal. We were able to develop our cooperation with China. We were able to develop our nuclear program. Our nuclear program guarantees our security, including vis-a-vis India. Thank you very much. With that, let me thank our distinguished speakers for taking time to be with us and sharing their knowledge, expertise, and thoughts very candidly with us. I hope this was useful for our audience. Let me, in conclusion, on behalf of all the speakers, convey our profound gratitude to Brigadier Agha Ahmed Gul and his team for the invitation and doing a good job in organizing this very important seminar. All the topics were carefully chosen. Congratulations to Team BTTN and its leadership. Let's have a big hand for them. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, respected chairs and speakers, for sharing your insightful views. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time for a cup of tea. I request you all to follow our conducting officers and proceed towards the tea breaks venue. And please join us back here in the seminar hall at 12:50 p.m. sharp. Thank you so much. Students and faculty are requested to use the back door, please.
Hello, hello, hello.
ये माइक ये काम नहीं कर रहा. Hello, mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Hello, mic check.
I request everyone to please settle down in their respective seats. We will commence the session shortly. Let us begin with our second session titled The US-China Rivalry, Impact on the Region and Pakistan. It will be chaired by Ambassador Dr. Raza Mohammad, President, Islamabad Policy Research Institute. During service of 36 years, Ambassador Dr. Raza Mohammad has commanded an infantry division, an infantry brigade, and has been one of the Director Generals in ISI. He served as Additional Secretary in Ministry of Defense Production. After retirement, he was appointed Ambassador of Pakistan to Mauritius, Madagascar, Seychelles, and Comoro, and later Executive Director in Army Welfare Trust. He was advisor to President, National Defense University. He is currently President of the Islamabad Policy Research Institute. He has served abroad on deputation, has attended staff course at Germany, and peacekeeping course for the decision makers at USA. He has been an instructor in Pakistan Military Academy, Command and Staff College, and National Defense University. From spring 2018 till spring 2022, he has been teaching BS and MPhil in IR and Social Sciences departments of Faculty of Contemporary Studies, NDU. He participates in Track 2 dialogue between Pakistan and USA, Pakistan and India, USA, Afghanistan and Afghanistan and Pakistan. He participates in national and international seminars, conferences, webinars as speaker on CPEC, Kashmir, Afghanistan, Security and Counterterrorism, Great Power Competition. He has done his MPhil in International Relations on post-2014 Afghanistan implications for Pakistan and PhD on CPEC and its impact on societal emancipation of Pakistan and Afghanistan from NDU. Over to you, sir.
All praises to Allah, the Almighty, the most beneficent and most merciful. It's a great honor to be here, and General Kidwai, General Agha, the former Governor, Ambassador Qazi, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, especially जो पीछे बच्चे बैठे हुए हैं, आप लोग हमारा मुस्तकबिल हो, हमारी उम्मीद हो, इस मुल्क की उम्मीद हो और इस धरती की उम्मीद हो. अस्सलाम वालेकुम. शुक्रिया के बाद सबसे पहले the most important thing is that I must say Brigadier Agha and BTTN have selected a very, very apt, very, very relevant, very, very current topic for discussion. I'll not go into more of detail, but there is no doubt that it is a topic of great significance and relevance. The panel which I am going to moderate or chair, whatever you may call it, is a great panel. I have Dr. Naeem Salik with me, Dr. Fazal Rahman, he's sitting right here, and Sayyid Rifat Sahib. They're all eminent scholars and practitioners with well-recognized contributions to knowledge in their own fields and international relations. We have spoken a lot about the global competition since morning, and I think there is a little space left which I could fill in. But what we will do is that we'll focus more on China and USA competition with relation to Pakistan, India, and South Asia. Why I say India, although it is not mentioned in the topic, but naturally it impacts us a lot when it comes to India's position or relevance as one of the strategic partners of United States and West in containing China. And they have termed India as net security provider officially and a strategic partner officially in their national security strategy and also Indo-Pacific strategy and membership of multiple organizations, which we have heard already. Especially, we have to view this from the impact which it has on our policy option. Actually, this competition engenders an environment that restricts foreign policy flexibility of smaller states like Pakistan. And at the same time, it incentivizes some countries to become part of rival camps as strategic partner, like we have known it very well. And as I said earlier, the India in our neighborhood. This geopolitical antagonism also inhibits the interstate and intra-regional economic cooperation, which could be woven around trade and connectivity that could help many nations to overcome their socio-economic problems. So this is again a flip side of this competition. This competition has been further exacerbated by war in Ukraine, war in Israel, and recent showdown between Iran and Israel. Another aspect of this global competition is the populism. Populism thrives world over, not only in South Asia, but it does thrive in Pakistan to an extent, but more importantly in India. And that is what gives India and Modi arrogant behavior. That is why we see arrogant behavior from them. From US perspective, the sad thing is that countries which are having economic cooperation with China also cannot be friends. So they are trying to kind of segregate those who are having economic relations. But another aspect of the thing is that there are many countries, and we have heard Dr. Chauhan, we have heard Dr. Zubair and other panelists in the first session, that there are many countries which are defying actually the US sanctions now, especially those which have been imposed on Iran and Russia. The biggest example is India. India had a showdown with China. They fought in Galawan, and ultimately they restarted with their trade, and their trade resurged to, or their trade surged to $125 billion. $25 billion more than what it was before. And similarly, Iran presently buys Russian oil, it refines it and exports it to the Europe. And there's nothing wrong with it. And so is the case when it works with Iran, but we cannot lay pipeline and so on. Another important aspect is that USA has a very, very aggressive approach. USA's approach throughout has been built around hard power, coercion, blackmail. Whereas after 9/11, when America and the allies were busy fighting war, killing millions and spending trillions, China very quietly used this vacuum, and using the trade, economy, financial assistance as vehicles, it has made inroads into the world. And after the Belt and Road Initiative, today there are 150 countries which are part of China's Belt and Road Initiative, and regardless of their relationship with the United States. And same goes to Australia, same goes to Japan. USA itself has, India is the largest, China is the largest trading partner. And I'll not go into the detail because we just saw, we just heard people saying this. Since we are talking about Pakistan, Pakistan itself has multiple challenges. They reside in security domain. We have internal cohesion challenge. We have challenge with the internal political polarization. We have challenge of internal unrest. But more importantly, we are having the challenge of dwindling economy, or economy which runs into deficit and perpetuating debt and loans. And that is how Pakistan has to work out in its option in this time. There was a question in last session about creating a kind of balance. I think the most important thing is that Pakistan has to take care of its own interests in this whole environment and not be bothered who says what, and keep both the relationships detached from each other. There is a improvement on US approach also. US has been following initially the approach of engagement was there. Perhaps they wanted China not to go into the USSR camp during the Cold War or so many other reasons, and they wanted China to be integrated in the world system. China was integrated in the world system. Then ultimately, when they saw that it is rising on the basis of soft power and especially the economy, they started movement for the containment. And now they have started re-engagement, and there are certain scholars which call this US-China equation as congagement, that they want to contain China also, and they want to keep the China engaged as well. But in this whole thing, what is most important, that what is the impact on Pakistan, what are the options which we have, and how to go about it, and recommend policy options ultimately at the end of this whole seminar, which will be sent by BTTN to the government and other people. With this brief intro to the subject, I'll now go to my panel. And first of all, we have Dr. Naeem Salik on the panel. Dr. Naeem Salik, as you know, is a very, very eminent person. He's very well educated. He is currently Executive Director of Strategic Vision Institute in Islamabad. He has been a teacher at Quaid-e-Azam University, and he has been a visiting scholar at School of Advanced International Studies at Johns Hopkins. And he has been a guest scholar and at Brookings and Washington DC, beside being a visiting fellow at Stanford and Stimson Center. He has served as director of AGDA, that is the Arms Control Disarmament Affairs and Strategic Plan Division. SPD is BSc Honors and MSc in Strategic Study from Wales and PhD from Western Australia. His area of expertise, as you all know, is South Asian security, disarmament, and nuclear non-proliferation missiles issues. He recently wrote a small book on world nuclear disorder. I think it was a very, very interesting book I read, and I referred it at various places. He has published 40 research articles. So with this brief intro, I hand you over to Dr. Naeem Salik, who is online. Dr. Naeem Salik, please go ahead. You have 15 minutes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim and Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I would first of all like to thank BTTN for inviting me to participate in this event. And I would like to offer my sincere apologies to Brigadier Agha Ahmed Gul, Dr. Zafar Khan and team BTTN for not being able to attend this event in person. But that was due to some unavoidable circumstances. I would straight away get on with the subject given the paucity of time. We all know that India and the US have a growing and burgeoning strategic partnership, but it has not come about overnight. There has been a process going on, and I would just like to take you along that process, how they have reached this point in time. Around the middle of 2005, India and the United States signed 2 landmark agreements on cooperation in defense and high technology, while the Defense Cooperation Agreement was signed during Indian Defense Minister Pranab Mukherjee's my camera, I think, has been stopped at your side. I've tried to start it, but it is not starting. You have to release it from there.
I can see you now.
Okay. The first agreement was signed during Indian Defense Minister Pranab Mukherjee's visit to the United States, and the other agreement, which was about technological cooperation, that was signed during Prime Minister Manmohan Singh's visit to the United States in July 2005. The latter agreement, which encompasses cooperation in peaceful nuclear technology, civilian applications or space technology, and dual-use technologies, was pushed through the US administration by Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice. Apparently, it had the full backing of the Rumsfeld-led Department of Defense, while more skeptical Department of State was mainly kept in the dark. To those who have been closely observing the trajectory of the Indo-US relations in the post-Cold War era, these agreements should not have come as a surprise. India and the United States had institutionalized defense cooperation between the two countries through agreed minutes on defense cooperation signed in 1995, which intensified the exchanges between their respective armed forces. At the strategic level, the process was carried forward through the extensive Jaswant Talbot dialogue process initiated in the aftermath of the May 1998 nuclear tests. On the political plane, the Clinton administration adopted the India First policy in South Asia, epitomized by Clinton's visit to region in the early 2000s, wherein he spent 5 days in India and just 5 hours in Pakistan. The Bush administration, largely unencumbered by Clinton's strong inclination towards the CTBT and other multilateral non-proliferation arrangements, pursued this policy with even greater vigor. National Security Strategy of the United States, unveiled in September 2002, called for developing agendas for cooperative action with other main centers of global power, which were identified as Russia, India, and China. The National Security Strategy elaborated that the administration sees India's potential to become one of the greatest democratic powers of the 21st century and has worked hard to transform our relationship accordingly, adding that the US has undertaken a transformation in its bilateral relationship with India. We are the two largest democracies committed to political freedom protected by representative government. India is moving towards greater economic freedom as well. We have a common interest in the free flow of commerce, including through the vital sea lanes of the Indian Ocean. Finally, we share an interest in fighting terrorism and in creating a strategically stable Asia. The stage was therefore set for the subsequent actions to translate these ideas into practical reality. This was followed by the announcement of next steps in strategic partnership in January 2004 to expand cooperation in civilian nuclear activities, civilian space programs, and high technology, besides cooperation in BMD research and development. The joint statement issued on 18 July 2005 during Manmohan Singh's visit to US stated that the Prime Minister's visit coincides with the completion of the Next Steps in Strategic Partnership initiative launched in January 2004. The two leaders agreed that this provides the basis for expanding bilateral activities and commerce in space, civil nuclear energy, and dual-use technology. This was a clear statement of the fact that the goals and objectives set for the NSSP had been achieved in 1.5 years period between January 2004 and July 2005. The new framework for defense relationship was a follow-up of the agreed minutes on defense cooperation that was signed in 1995 and had completed their envisaged time frame of 10 years. The new agreement charted a course for the US-India defense relationship for the next 10 years. The shared security interests that were identified included the following: maintaining security and stability, defeating terrorism and violent religious extremism, preventing the spread of weapons of mass destruction and associated materials, data, and technologies, protecting the free flow of commerce via land, air, and sea lanes. The two countries had already been cooperating in many of the areas indicated above, and a mention of these constituted a reiteration of common goals and objectives. The picture becomes clearer, however, once one looks at these actions envisaged for the achievement of these objectives. The important ones are conduct joint and combined exercises and exchanges, collaborate in multinational operations when it is in their common interest, strengthen the capabilities of the two militaries to promote security and defeat terrorism, enhance capabilities to combat proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, increase opportunities for technology transfer, collaboration, co-production, and research and development, expand collaboration relating to missile defense, conduct exchanges on defense strategy and defense transformation, continue strategic level discussions by senior leadership from the US Department of Defense and Indian Ministry of Defense. Establishment of a defense procurement and production group and institution of a joint working group for mid-year review of work overseen by the Defense Policy Group. The most important agreement was the Agreement on Nuclear Cooperation. The Agreement on Nuclear Cooperation signed on 18th of July 2005 during Prime Minister Manmohan Singh's visit to the US signified a major departure from long-standing US as well as Indian policies. On part of the US, it was a reversal of its traditional non-proliferation policy, which prohibits the sale of any nuclear technology to countries that have not acceded to the NPT. Nuclear Non-Proliferation Act of 1978 also prohibits sale of nuclear technology to countries pursuing nuclear weapons programs. It also threatened to undermine the technology control regime symbolized by the NSG. Ironically, the NSG had come into being as a response to India's 1974 nuclear test. More recently, signing the additional protocol to the IAEA safeguards has also been included as a precondition for any peaceful nuclear cooperation. As per the agreement, US promised to expeditiously provide fuel for India's US-supplied Tarapur nuclear plants and to ask its allies to do the same. The supply of fuel was not to be confined to Tarapur, but was to be extended to other nuclear power plants as well. It also allowed the sale of nuclear components and power plants to India. For this to happen, however, the US had to amend its laws, and President Bush made a commitment to work with the US Congress to modify the US laws. US President also promised to persuade his European allies and the NSG partners to follow the US lead in this regard and not to raise objections to the US-India deal, and senior administration officials started approaching European leaders for this purpose. As we know that this was followed up by the passage of the Hyde Act in the US Congress with the bipartisan support. Although at the time of signing of the Hyde Act, the Americans tried India to commit to a moratorium on nuclear testing, but India insisted that it will allow its own unilateral moratorium, and it is not going to make any such commitment with the United States or any other party. And we have seen that after this passage of this act, then India followed suit with separation of its civilian and military nuclear facilities, provided a list to the IAEA about its civilian nuclear facilities, brought under IAEA safeguards 8 nuclear power plants, which were earlier not under safeguards, but still kept 8 of similar nuclear power plants out of the safeguards. Interestingly, those nuclear power plants which were brought under safeguards, the nuclear spent fuel laden with plutonium which had been generated over the years by these plants was allowed to be kept by India outside the safeguards. In the conventional field, the new development of significance were in the realm of collaboration in multinational operations, which would constitute a major policy shift on part of India, since it had refused to send its forces even for the post-war stabilization role in Iraq. Combating proliferation of WMDs effectively meant India's participation in United States counter-proliferation policy, which could entail use of force. The relationship would not be confined to sale of US origin weapons and equipment to India, but will lead to transfer of technology, co-production, and research and development. The ongoing collaboration in missile defense would be expanded, but it was not clarified whether this would mean sale of US-made Patriot systems or would it mean greater Indian participation in the R&D effort. A new defense procurement and production group was created ostensibly to facilitate the sale of US weapons systems to India. As we all know, India has been one of the top 5 buyers of arms in the world for many years now, with purchases worth tens of billions of dollars. The US defense industry was therefore very keenly eyeing this very lucrative market. Mechanisms were also devised to institutionalize the senior policy level discussions and to periodically review the progress on decisions taken by the Defense Policy Group. The Bush administration did not face much resistance in the passage of necessary legislation in the Congress, since there appeared to be a bipartisan consensus on this. A prominent US non-proliferation expert remarked that the Indians did what always works in Washington, that is offering large sums of money and block votes to the congressmen who are seeking re-election in the midterm election year of 2006. And that is how the Hyde Act was passed without any opposition. Later on, necessary amendments were made in the US Atomic Energy Act, and this agreement, known as the 123 Agreement, was finally ratified by the Indian government in October 2008. Following this, the US used its influence to facilitate India's signing of a country-specific additional safeguards agreement with the IAEA, which led to the obtaining India-specific waiver from the NSG. All opposition with the NSG was silenced by US arm twisting. It was already apparent that the major nuclear powers were unlikely to oppose the deal for their own peculiar reasons. Russia had been campaigning for many years for a preferential treatment for India in its enthusiasm to sell nuclear technology to India. France had in the past shown a greater proclivity for nuclear commerce than nuclear non-proliferation, which explains its silence on the agreement. Britain, in its eagerness to emulate the US example, quickly initiated legal process to remove restrictions to dual-use technology. Some non-proliferation ideologues and international do-gooders such as Canada, Japan, South Africa, and some Scandinavian countries made some faint noises, but ultimately succumbed to US pressure.
Dr. Naeem, I hate to interrupt. I may request you have 2 minutes to wind up, please.
Okay. So despite the criticism from the non-proliferation lobby within the US and around the world, these agreements were pushed through the NSG, and as we know that India is enjoying all the privileges of an NSG member without having signed NPT or given any other concession to the international community. The space cooperation has expanded between the two countries, and similarly, the consultation process has been institutionalized with 2+2 negotiation involving the US Secretary of Defense and State meeting their Indian counterparts every year, alternatively between New Delhi and Washington. We also know that India and the US has in the meantime signed the 4 foundational agreements, which include the Logistics Exchange Memorandum, the Communication Compatibility and Security Agreement, the Basic Exchange and Cooperation Agreement for Geospatial Cooperation, which is very important because that allows India to share real-time intelligence information gathered by the American satellites. And reportedly, the Americans have shared information on the dispositions of Chinese forces in Ladakh to India, and if they do so in case of India-Pakistan conflict, that will help India greatly, one, in the acquisition of targets on the Pakistani side, and on the other hand, it will help direct and guide India's delivery means onto Pakistani targets. So these all will have very serious implications, and India ostensibly is being built as a strategic bulwark against China, but the capabilities it is acquiring and it is being provided by the United States and its allies are going to be a potential hazard to Pakistan, and they can be used against Pakistan whenever India wishes. So this has created a very serious threat to strategic stability in South Asia. Pakistan has been trying to maintain some semblance of stability, but how long we can do that is yet to be seen. So I end here, and if there are any questions during question answer
yes, Dr. Naeem,
I'll be very happy to do that.
Very grateful. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard Dr. Naeem Salik. I think he has made extensive preparation, very well documented, and an empirical talk by him. I think we don't have to go into the detail. I'll share just a small little thing with you. I heard once Dr. Ishfaq Hussain. So he said that our son was studying Diwan-e Ghalib and he read the word महबूब. तो वो नीचे आया तो आके मुझे पूछता है कि अब्बा महबूब का मतलब क्या होता है. कहता मैंने बताया ये होता है वो होता है जो आपको अच्छा लगे फलाना. कहता ये तो सबको आता है. उन्होंने बानो कुदसिया से पूछा फिर बेटे ने, उन्होंने भी कोई ऐसे ही जवाब दिया. कहते हैं हमने कहा कि यार ये इसको, वो कहता है जी नहीं मुझे जवाब वो चाहिए जो किसी को ना आता हो. वो अपने कोई बुजुर्ग थे बाबा जी उधर चले गए. मुख्तसर कहता हूँ बाबा जी ने कहा नोट, महबूब वो होता है जिसका ना सही भी सही लगे. तो इंडिया इस वक्त यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स का और वेस्ट का महबूब है. इट इज़ बीइंग प्रॉप्ड अप, इट इज़ बीइंग बिल्ट, its human right violations, its non-proliferation violations or any other violations are being condoned. And I've heard Americans say this by word of mouth that till the time they are relevant, the America will look other way. So that is the kind of situation we have to live with. But one important thing which I want to flag from the Dr. Naeem's conclusion from the Dr. Naeem's talk, conventional asymmetry is coming in South Asia due to all these issues. And when there will be a conventional asymmetry between India and Pakistan, it will have a pull on the nuclear threshold in South Asia. With this, we move to our next eminent speaker, Dr. Fazal. Dr. Fazal, you all know, he's a very, very renowned scholar. For his expertise, especially, he's known for his expertise on the Pakistan-China relations, regional security. He has a career of 3 decades, a very distinguished career. He has served in ISI, IPRI, and EU, and more important to his credit is that he established the first China Study Center in Pakistan, and he founded the Strategic Studies Institute, Islamabad. He has been executive director of Pakistan's Council on China and Understanding China Forum. He has played a very, very pivotal role in multiple ways. He recently went to China and he was sharing with me his impressions from there. He did his PhD from the Peking University and a Master in Defense and Strategic Studies from Quaid-e-Azam University. He has written many articles, he has edited books, and he has been part of multiple books. So we are here to benefit from you, sir. And Dr. Sahib is going to speak to us on, just a moment, let me find my paper. He'll speak to us on CPEC prospects, challenges, and opportunities for Pakistan.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, I would like to thank Brigadier Agha Ahmed Gul Saab, Dr. Zafar, and BTTN for having me provided with the opportunity to be here. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, dear students, it's a privilege for me to be kind of a mixed gathering where most of the participant attendees are students. So I would like to, say a few things especially for the benefit of the students, that regarding CPEC. CPEC is a concept which has been presented by Pakistan, and China eventually later on accepted that concept. There is a misconception in the minds of many younger people that perhaps this is kind of a Chinese project which has been thrusted upon Pakistan. That is not the correct position of that. We have started, projecting kind of a connectivity project between Pakistan and China and Central Asia since we started developing the Gwadar seaport way back in 2002. And by 2007, when the port was inaugurated, the first phase, at that time, General Pervez Musharraf, he very vehemently started pushing the idea of connecting Pakistan with China. And I remember there's a, sort of his different visits. He has been talking to the Chinese academia, Chinese journalists, and Chinese officials. But then there was no response from the Chinese officials. There had been few comments by the Chinese media and Chinese scholars regarding the possibility and regarding the viability of this kind of a project in which China could have their energy security, because the sea lanes of transportation are more vulnerable. So China has been looking for its energy security through land routes. And similarly, it's a shorter route also. Similarly, sort of in that vision of General Musharraf, it was rather larger connectivity with the region in regional context rather than developing something within Pakistan. Pakistan eventually would have become a hub of sort of transnational trade and transnational communication. So that was his vision. But after that, when he, when the regime changed and the new setup took over and CPEC was signed in 2013. At that time, because the conversation between Pakistan and China had been, the discussions were taking place. So Chinese were very well aware. So they agreed to build CPEC about few months before they announced the Belt and Road Initiative, which eventually, made CPEC as part of its flagship, it's a project of BRI's flagship. Pakistan, has been projecting this project of CPEC for connectivity between Pakistan and China, but the concept was changed by 2013. And according to the long-term plan of CPEC, and I would quote, CPEC is a growth axis and a development belt featuring complementary advantages, collaboration, mutual benefits, and common prosperity, with the comprehensive transportation corridor and industrial cooperation between China and Pakistan as the main axis, and with concrete economic and trade cooperation and people-to-people exchange and cultural communication as the engine. CPEC is based on major collaborative projects for infrastructure construction, industrial development, and livelihood improvement aimed at socio-economic development, prosperity, and security in the region along it. So this is the overall concept over which the CPEC is to be built. So agreement on the construction of CPEC, with the estimated cost of like 46 billion US dollars, became kind of a hallmark of Pakistan-China strategic partnership. 1+4 formula for the implementation of CPEC was framed. Under this formula, CPEC was placed at the core, and 4 different areas of cooperation, namely development of Gwadar Port, energy, transportation infrastructure, and industrial cooperation were declared as the key areas. It was agreed to follow the principles of scientific planning, step-by-step implementation, consensus building through consultations, mutual benefit, and win-win results. CPEC is not only an economic corridor, but an integrated economic uplift program for Pakistan, which spans over a period of 15 years till 2030. The short-term projects were expected to be completed by 2020, medium-term by 2025, and long-term by 2030. Besides being the largest and most comprehensive project of BRI, it has great political, economic, and social significance to Pakistan and China. Last year, Pakistan and China celebrated the 10th anniversary of BRI and CPEC. Chinese President Xi Jinping, in a congratulatory message on this occasion on July 31st, stated that, and I quote, CPEC has been a vivid testament to the all-weather friendship between China and Pakistan and provided an important underpinning for building a closer Pakistan-China relations and a community with a shared future in the new era. He further mentioned that going forward, China will work with Pakistan to constantly improve overall planning and expand and deepen cooperation to make CPEC high standard, sustainable, and people-centered. And I emphasize here that people-centered and further built it into a demonstration project for high quality Belt and Road cooperation. So Xi Jinping further elaborated that CPEC is an important flagship project of Belt and Road Initiative, and Pakistan and China have been advancing the development of CPEC under the principles of extensive consultation, joint contribution, and shared benefits, and to have completed a number of early harvest projects. This was aimed at adding new impetus to the economic and social development of Pakistan, and also laid a sound foundation for regional connectivity and economic integration. What has been achieved, sort of so far through CPEC, I'll come to it in a minute. But before that, the implementation mechanism, how the CPEC should be implemented. Pakistan and China have set up a ministerial level joint cooperation committee, JCC, under which joint working groups on planning, energy, transportation, infrastructure, Gwadar Port, industrial cooperation, social economic development, and international cooperation and other areas are constituted. So there are, under GCC, there are several working groups which are taking care of the development of each segment of the CPEC projects. Now, coming to, sort of what we have so far achieved under CPEC, so it's been a long period of 10 years, a decade, which is for the nations, like, life, 10 years are very important in terms of internal development. So what we have achieved so far is that, CPEC has created around, 155,000 direct job opportunities, constructed 510 kilometers of expressways, and added 8,000 megawatt of electricity to the national grid, and laid 886 kilometers of core transmission grids in Pakistan, thereby injecting strong momentum into Pakistan's economic and social development, becoming a vivid symbol of China-Pakistan all-weather friendship. So CPEC's achievements have been kind of a mixed achievements. It has not really came up to the mark in terms of what the Chinese were expecting from CPEC or what the nation was expecting from CPEC. Because from the very beginning, the project was kind of politicized in terms of, determining the route, should it be an eastern route or a western route and things like that. And later on, the deployment of projects had been on political expediency rather than, considering the endowment, which is essential for putting up any project. For example, putting Sahiwal project power project in Sahiwal and importing coal from abroad and bringing it up to Sahiwal, sort of all the way, it has added to the transportation cost. So what I'm trying to say is that similarly, in Rashikai or, for example, Bostan in Quetta, these are some of the, issues which have been done on political basis rather than on the concrete, factors which could enable the success of these projects. So because the time is short, so I will, sort of not go into the details, but CPEC holds enormous opportunities for Pakistan, provided we try to, utilize these opportunities in a proper manner. And why we have not been able to utilize these opportunities in a proper manner is there are several factors to that. So rather than going into the kind of opportunities, the main opportunities in the second phase are basically primarily in the agriculture sector and development of special economic zones. So we have to actually do a lot of homework before really entering deeper into these projects, because we came up with an idea of, okay, we will make 29, special industrial zones. Then the Chinese told us that, no, that is not feasible. That's not possible. We came down to then 19. And from 19, now we are, sort of focusing on 9 special economic zones. And out of those 9, only the 4 are being, agreed upon by the Chinese side. So I think that, sort of we have not been, and none of these special economic zones feasibility has been, sort of prepared by us. We rather left it to the Chinese. All right, you do it for us, and then we will give our consent for building this. So if that kind of an attitude is there, perhaps we will not be able to reap the full benefits from CPEC. I'll just quickly, sort of come down on the challenges, sort of security challenges, one which we all know that how serious it is and how sensitive the Chinese are regarding the security of their nationals in Pakistan. So we need to do something, sort of on that front. And the other thing is that, these bureaucratic practices has to be also curtailed. We have tried to create, we created a special CPEC authority and things like that, but it did not really work. The Chinese are facing the similar kind of problems, bottlenecks in terms of their approach while they are, setting up some activity. Then again, sort of coming back to the relevance of this seminar, Pakistan is coming, sort of under more pressure from both the sides of great powers. And it's becoming a very difficult choice for us to which way, sort of we should put our weight on. I was in China, as Jansa was just, sort of mentioned, and the Chinese scholars or the Chinese academia they have been asking us very bluntly that the Indians have made their choice. They are siding with the Americans. What is your decision? What is Pakistan's decision? So we told them that, it's our considered policy that we are a middle-sized power, so we have to maintain a balance because our interests are attached with both the great powers. But then they are not really convinced. They would like to see Pakistan on their side. They think that, Pakistan's security interest and Pakistan's long-term economic interest are more linked with them because they have the capacity, to interject into Pakistan's economic system more investment, which can enable Pakistan to come out of the shackles of IMF and World Bank. Lastly, sort of we should also make very responsible statements in terms while we are dealing with the CPEC. The last statement, which I think is not really very welcoming statement in China, is being made by our honorable finance minister during Washington Spring meetings of IMF and World Bank. And the statement is that, and while he was talking to the Chinese media, that Pakistan will repay Chinese debts after the successful completion of phase 2 of CPEC, which means that, unless until the phase 2 of CPEC is not completed, we are telling the Chinese that, we are unable to pay any amount, sort of which we owe to them. So I think we should be very mindful while conveying certain kind of messages because Chinese are very sensitive about all these things and they pick very small things and then they start, sort of building their narrative and policies on that. With that, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fazal. I think you have shared a lot with us. I think when it comes to CPEC, it is important to understand that China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, as Dr. Fazal said, has not been imposed upon us as something which is unpleasant. Actually, it is a mutually win-win cooperation. Secondly, we must understand that China has not done it in love of Pakistan. It is for the mutual benefit. China gains economically, China gains strategically, and especially Pakistan gives it an opening in case it encounters the Malacca dilemma. Second thing जो बहुत important है clarify करने के लिए, it's not loan. ये हमें याद रखना चाहिए. It is only 17% of this whole investment which is loan. Rest is the foreign direct investment. और अभी जो हम figures सुनते हैं वो 62 billion dollars हैं जो Chinese ने आपको कहा है आप बताओ किधर खर्च करना है. आपकी मर्जी है जहाँ पे आप खर्च करवा रहे हैं. बहुत सारी बातें होती हैं चाइना के जो पावर प्लांट्स हैं इनके बारे में, वो भी एग्रीमेंट्स हमने खुद किए हैं और वो हमारे लॉज हैं उस वक्त के जब 90s में ये IPPs के कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स हुए थे और उन्हीं को हमने फॉलो किया. कमिंग बैक टू वन मोर थिंग कि इस वक्त आपके पास पाकिस्तान के पास CPEC इज द ओनली होप. अगर आप याद करें तो नेशनल सिक्योरिटी पॉलिसी जो आपकी थी 22-26 उसमें आपने डिसाइड किया दैट वी आर गोइंग टू शिफ्ट फ्रॉम जियो स्ट्रेटजी टू जियो इकोनॉमी. व्हेन यू वांट टू शिफ्ट टू जियो इकोनॉमी, उसमें उन्होंने कहा जी ह्यूमन जो है वो हमारे लिए प्रायोरिटी होगा, नॉन ट्रेडिशनल सिक्योरिटी प्रायोरिटी होगी, इकोनॉमी प्रायोरिटी होगी. तो व्हेन वी आर टॉकिंग ऑफ द प्रायोरिटीज ऑन दीज इन द इकोनॉमिक डोमेन, तो उसमें तो कनेक्टिविटी, ट्रेड, सारी चीज़ें आती हैं और इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट. इस वक्त दुनिया का कोई भी मुल्क आपके मुल्क में $500 मिलियन भी इन्वेस्ट करने को तैयार नहीं है, एंड इट हैज़ बीन ओवर 10 years. आप खुद देख लें और सारे स्कॉलर्स एंड स्टूडेंट्स हैं देख लें. द ओनली होप इज CPEC एंड इट इज़ अप टू अस कि हम इसको कैसे यूटिलाइज करते हैं. अगर देर हो रही है स्पेशल इकोनॉमिक जोन में, इट्स ओनली बिकॉज ऑफ अस, नॉट बिकॉज ऑफ द चाइनीज़ की तरफ से जो अभी हमारे मिनिस्टर साहिब की स्टेटमेंट का हवाला दिया गया, मे बी उन्होंने अपनी तरफ से पॉजिटिव सेंस में कहा कि चाइनीज़ आर आर गुड फ्रेंड एंड वी विल पे देम लोन वेरी लेट, बट जो कहने का अंदाज है वो दैट माइट हैव बीन डिफरेंट. बट चाइनीज़ हैव ऑलवेज बीन क्लोजर टू यू and they have never been coercive, they have never been they have never put conditionalities उनकी हेल्प के लिए. तो लास्ट पॉइंट ये है कि चाइना को समझना बड़ा ज़रूरी है. चाइना इज़ वेरी डिफरेंट दैन दी नेशन स्टेट्स, इट्स ए सिविलाइजेशन स्टेट्स. तो ये हो गए. और हमारे जो अरब के लोग हैं उनका बोलना चालना रिएक्ट करना इज़ वेरी डिफरेंट, स्पेशली चाइनीज़. उनका मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ कि उनमें दो बड़ी क्वालिटीज़ हैं, स्ट्रेटजिक क्वाइटनेस है एंड स्ट्रेटजिक पेशेंस है. वो बड़े आराम से चीज़ों को सोचते हैं. उन्होंने बहुत पहले कहा था कि 2049 में 2050 में चाइना विल बी अ कंट्री ऑफ सम रेकनिंग. उन्होंने ये भी नहीं कहा कि हमें कोई रीजनल पावर बन जाएंगे. दे आर वेरी प्रेगमेटिक एंड दे हैव नो हिस्ट्री ऑफ एनेक्सेशन और एग्रेशन और हैविंग कॉलोनीज. This with, thank you so much, sir, about CPEC. We will now move to our next speaker. That is हमारे बहुत ही senior, बहुत काबिल इज्जत Dr. Rifat Hussain. Sir, you are there online? Dr. Rifat?
Gigi, I am online.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Dr. Rifat had some issue with the electricity there. So as you all know, Professor Dr. Syed Rifat Hussain is a highly regarded scholar in academia, specializing in international relations, policy analysis, and he has held notable positions in Pakistan and abroad. He was head of the Department of GPP in NUST, and he has 3 decades of teaching experience in various universities, including Quaid-e-Azam University. He has done his PhD from University of Denver, and throughout his career, Dr. Sahib has authored numerous articles and contributed to several books focusing on Pakistan's foreign policy, Asian security issues. He has served as pre-doctoral fellow at Stanford, and he has been research fellow at the Henry Stimson Center in Washington, D.C. He has held the position of Minister of Information at the Pakistan's Embassy in Washington from 1994 to 1997. He is also known as prominent media commentator, providing analysis and insight on various news channels, including PTV, radio, television, BBC, and international global networks. We are very grateful to you, sir, that you took time out and you are here with us. And Dr. Saib will be speaking to us on the rise of competing regional rivalry in the post-US withdrawal from Afghanistan, challenges and options for Pakistan. To you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for that very kind introduction. I am sorry that I couldn't be with you and I'm joining you virtually, which is all right. But the purpose of my presentation today is to highlight certain things which I deem to be very critical for Pakistan's security policy and generally Pakistan's role. So instead of giving you a sense of the sequence in which I'm going to raise my points, I'm going to begin with the very notion of power in the international system, because here we are talking about great powers and their rivalry. So what do we mean by great power? As the chair of the session has pointed out with regard to China, that China is not an ordinary great power. It's a civilizational state, and in that regard, it's a very different. It has a very different make as compared to the other established powers like the United States, and even for that matter, for Russia. So generally, my sense is that there is a great power diffusion in the international system, which essentially means that the power is no longer concentrated in a few blocks or in few hands, but it's generally dispersed in the international system. And when we talk about this power diffusion in the international system, we have to be very mindful of the fact that today, as in the decades of the 80s and the 90s, the power is extremely concentrated in few hands. And I was looking at the list of the few billionaires in the world. So most of these billionaires, the largest number of billionaires are located in the United States and China, and the next come India. So if you look at the concentration of the billionaires in the world today, so that's also very instructive. So that was the first point that I wanted to make. And my second point is that the system is no longer controlled by is no longer subordinate to the rule-based international order, which we saw emerging since 1648, when the Peace of Westphalia made its appearance. And for the last 400 centuries, the international system that we have known, the international system of nation states, that has undergone a major shift. And today we now have the multiple power centers. We have not only United States, which is the well-established entrenched power, and then it's being challenged by the rising power of China, and then it's also being challenged by Russia. But along with these three competing power centers, we also have a diffusion toward multipolar world, which means that the new actors are emerging. There's a BRICS phenomena, and they are trying to de-dollarize the international economy. So these are great shifts, and these shifts are very meaningful for Pakistan. Now, I'm not going to get into a discussion about the rise of China and what does that entail and what would that mean for Pakistan. But I do want to highlight certain points which are very, very important in terms of Pakistan's national interest, Pakistan's understanding of the emerging international power centers. And my first point is that Pakistan has to recognize that the local factors, the domestic factors, are playing a much bigger role as compared to the global or systemic forces that are being talked about today. What do I mean by that? By that I mean that the national economy and the economic strength holds the key to the future of these great power rivalry. So why is Modi's government or Modi's power being taken seriously in the international system? It's not because people like Hindutva or they are in love with his Hindutva ideology, but because India's power is being backed by a large number of foreign exchange reserves, and India is projected to be the third largest economy by the time we reach 2040. So this essentially means that the local factors are very important, and national economic revival is the key challenge that is staring Pakistan today in the face, because unlike India, which is sitting on the massive $640 billion of foreign exchange, Pakistan is struggling to beg $1 billion installments from the IMF and World Bank. So, which means that unless we get out of this poverty trap or the trap of heavy indebtedness, then Pakistan's option will be minimal, and Pakistan will remain dependent on the world power and financial sectors, particularly IMF and the ADB and the World Bank. So Pakistan will not have the strategic autonomy that we are looking for, and which is considered to be the hallmark of a country which is a nuclear power state. So this is something that we also have to take into consideration. The second aspect, which is related to this, is that how do we make choices? Because the world, as I said, power is diffuse, power is exceedingly is a floating balance, and there are emerging power centers in the world. So whether we belong to consider ourselves, because we have earlier Fazil Rahman was talking about the role of the CPEC, but the role of the CPEC, to understand that we must realize that CPEC is not the free money. So the Chinese multinational corporations or state-owned corporations, which have made these $61 billion investments so far in Pakistan, they would like to have a return on their investment or on their money. So there is the general problem that we have to. This is a problem that we have to reckon with. The third important dimension is that how do we make these critical diplomatic choices? Whether we like to be considered a part of the Western camp, or we would like to be considered part of the China camp, would depend essentially on Pakistan's economic interest and economic strength and economic choices that we are making in terms of these priorities. Whether we would like to align ourselves with the China bloc or with the emerging bloc, and which raises the question that are these blocs locked in a power competition? I would suggest to you, to this informed audience, that the US and the Chinese competition is essentially peaceful, and if the core Chinese interest, which relates to Taiwan and China's border security issues, unless the Americans essentially transgress on these interests, the Chinese would like to engage in a peaceful competition with the United States, because Chinese know that the United States is a declining power, but it has a lot of destructive potential, as we have seen in the last 50 or 60 years, that every war that America has been involved has resulted in vast-scale destruction of human and material resources. So the Chinese do not want to challenge the Americans over Taiwan, but they would like to persuade the Americans through diplomatic means that please follow the principle of one China policy, which means that under which the Taiwan should be considered an integral part of the Chinese mainland. So that's something, and Pakistan has been supportive of this Chinese principal position with regard to Taiwan. And the fourth and my last point is, when we look at these sources, that Pakistan must learn the art of wielding not only hard power, but must also realize its potential as a soft power. And by soft power, I mean the power of the ATI, power of the artificial technology, artificial intelligence and how that should be dovetailed with Pakistan's economic interest, which essentially means that, you know, if Pakistan wants to get economically strong, so the IT sector has to play a leading role with regard to these issues. So these were some of the points that I wanted to make. I do not want to go over the terrain which is already has been covered by my previous speakers, but I would like to close this meeting on this point, that Pakistan's economy is the backbone of the country's security and foreign policy, because a dependent economic state, a vulnerable economic state, cannot be so sure of its footing and cannot be counted on to ensure its physical and economic survival. So that's the nutshell of my presentation, and I would like to thank you for your patience and for letting me speak to you virtually, because it was a long presentation that I had, which I had sent it to the organizers. So please, some of the issues that I have raised, or some of the issues that I didn't get a chance to discuss in greater detail, can come out very, very clearly through this presentation, if you have a look at it. So thank you so much.
Very, very grateful, Dr. Rifat, and I would request the speakers to stay online because we will soon move into question answer session. I think Dr. Rifat ने जो rule based world order की बात की, balance of power की बात की, या global power politics की बात की, उसमें बहुत सी सारी चीजें हैं which are already understood by you people. But more importantly, there's one thing which Subha Brigadier Agha also spoke about, the American exceptionalism. Rule-based world order is for everyone else, but not for the United States of America. They make the rules, they teach you, they lecture you, but they don't apply these rules on them, or they do not apply it to other nations or their relations or the conduct of international relations or relations with the state in a uniform manner. It is selective application. There are so many countries in the world which do not have human rights, which are dictatorships or autocracies and what not, but they are very happy with them. And there are countries which are democracies, but unke lihaz se theek nahi hai. So this is selective application of the rule-based, और जैसे कहा कि exceptionalism भी है. Unfortunately, अभी हम एक word disorder के वक्त से गुजर रहे हैं. Bipolar word जो था वो बड़ा comfortable to handle था, because you had two capitals which used to make the decisions. Nuclear war थी, कोई भी चीज थी. In the height of the Cold War, they were talking to each other. And it was during the height of the Cold War कि उन्होंने strategic arm reduction treaties की और बहुत सारे इस तरह के मुआहदे किए. But today they are not talking to each other. और दूसरी चीज़ ये है कि बहुत सारी और countries हैं which are becoming gradually nuclear. कुछ बन चुकी हैं, कुछ बन रहे हैं, कुछ have the base, their bombs in the basement. So nuclear world disorder भी है. However, I would agree with the conclusion of Dr. Rifat. I also do not foresee any war between USA and China. Not in next 25, 30, 50, 40 years. They have become wiser. I think that is why the re-engagement has started. Similarly, I do not see any war being initiated, aggression being initiated by China. China may counter act, may go to counter-offensive as it has been, but it will not initiate a war. And similarly, I do not think that China will be able to replace United States as a hegemon in next many decades. So I think there will be too many poles and strong regional powers. With this, we open the house for question and answer. I think we'll take 3 questions at one time and then 3 more. So 6 questions in total. I would request you to please introduce yourself and ask question only. Thank
Sir,
you.
Assalamu alaikum, sir. My name is Said.
अच्छा जी, आपने तो ज्यादा इनिशिएटिव ले लिया। चलें ठीक है जी, प्लीज।
Sir, I'm a research officer at Rabta Forum International. Sir, my question is from you. You very ironically labeled India as the Mehboob or Mehbooba of America or West, which is not wrong at all. But you don't think, sir, that we are also a bit incompetent being a nation or a state to get affectionate glance from someone on the global stage. Only in the fiscal year 2022 and 3, India got $71 billion of foreign direct investment, while this amount is not more than $1.3 billion in Pakistan. We are talking about Chinese investment, including CPEC, it is not more than $70 billion in Pakistan. But the trade with India, the Chinese trade with India is more than $136 billion. What do you think, sir? Is it fair that we say only India is Mehboob or Mehbooba of someone and we are not, and we just satisfy ourselves with these comments? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Next question. Any girl? Let's have
Assalamualaikum.
gender balance. Yes. Then one from here.
Sir, my name is Wajiha
So-
Nijam and I'm a
Sorry.
research officer at the Rabta Forum International. And sir, I would like to ask a question to Dr. Fazil is how does the transparency of financial transactions related to CPEC projects contribute to building trust among stakeholders, including citizens, investors, and international partners? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, please.
अजीज अहमद इकोनॉमिक्स में एज ए फैकल्टी ब्यूटम्स में काम कर रहा हूँ। क्वेश्चन जो है वो सीपेक से रिलेटेड है और डॉक्टर फजल रहमान साहब से। सीपेक नो डाउट वन ऑफ द गुड अपॉर्चुनिटीज या द ओनली होप दैट द एम्बेसडर रज़ा मोहम्मद हैज जस्ट मेंशन्ड। इस हवाले से ताकि पाकिस्तान में इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट के हवाले से स्पेशली इंडस्ट्रियल, जिस तरह रशक आपने बताया था या दाबीजी बताया था या बोस्तान स्पेशल इकोनॉमिक्स बताया था, एक स्टडी कंडक्ट किया था लास्ट ईयर मैंने प्लानिंग कमीशन के साथ। तो इसमें 9 इंडस्ट्रीज हम लोगों ने लिए थे और कोई 500 से ज़्यादा टेक्निकल एंड वोकेशनल ट्रेड्स में स्किल्स चाहिए थे। लेकिन हमारे टोटल जो मेकेनिज़्म है, चाहे नेव टीटीसी का हो जो नेशनल लेवल की टेक्निकल एंड वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग कमीशन है, या बी ट्यूटा हो बलूचिस्तान की, या प्रोविंशियल ट्यूटास हो, या बाकी जो अलाइड डिपार्टमेंट्स हो, उसके टोटल स्किल सेट जो थी वो कोई 120 के लगभग थी एज पर आवर स्टडी। लेकिन 9 इंडस्ट्रीज़ के लिए सिर्फ जो है 500 से ज़्यादा डिफरेंट ट्रेड्स चाहिए थे। और दूसरी तरफ हमारे जो जनरल एजुकेशन है जो यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के थ्रू या कॉलेजेस के थ्रू प्रोवाइड करते हैं, तो उसमें जनरली जो है वो इंडस्ट्री स्पेसिफिक जो नॉलेज है वो नहीं दिया जाता। और सबसे बड़ा जो चैलेंज है हमारा बेसिकली वो है डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड के जो यूथ है इस वक्त बुलजप यूथ जो 63 या 65% के लगभग है, उसको अगर हम लोग जो है वो स्किलफुल नहीं बना सकते थ्रू आवर ओवरऑल नेशनल लेवल जो एजुकेशनल मैकेनिज्म या सिस्टम है, हाउ वी कुड एक्चुअली यू नो दैट प्रोवाइड स्किल लेबर फोर्स टू दी डेवलपमेंट।
थैंक यू।
यस, एक छोटा सा सेकंड्स के साथ
अच्छा
एक छोटा सा
तो 4 क्वेश्चन हो गए
एक कंपोनेंट है थोड़ा सा। इसी तरह सीपेक का SIFC के साथ कनेक्टिविटी थोड़ी बहुत नेशनल लेवल पॉलिसी प्रोसेस के में। थैंक यू।
गुड क्वेश्चंस जी।
Right. Yeah, regarding the issue of transparency, आपने बड़ी दुखती रख के ऊपर जो है हमारी हाथ रख दी है। बिकॉज ट्रांसपेरेंसी से मुराद ये होती है कि आपने जो एग्रीमेंट साइन किए हैं उनका टेक्स्ट जो है वो ब्रॉडर कॉन्टेक्स्ट में अवेलेबल हो आपके पास। लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है। हमें तो जो है अभी तक जो है वो जो हमारे स्पेशल इकोनॉमिक जोन्स हैं उनकी जो जनरल फिजिबिलिटीज हैं वो भी जो है पब्लिक डोमेन में अवेलेबल नहीं है। वर्ल्ड बैंक ने और IMF ने जो है दे हैड पुट प्रेशर ऑन पाकिस्तान के जी आप हमारे साथ शेयर करें जो आपके चाइनीज़ के साथ एग्रीमेंट हुए हैं, ख़ास तौर पे ये पीटीआई की गवर्नमेंट में शुरू में जिस वक्त उन्होंने उनके साथ जो है वो नेगोशिएशंस वगैरह स्टार्ट की, तो उस वक्त उन्होंने जो है दे रिफ्यूज्ड, अकॉर्डिंग टू सम interpretation of the historic facts, Asad Umar was the finance minister and he refused to, sort of share. And after 2 days or 3 days, he was sort of removed from the position. तो कहने का मकसद ये है कि ये स्टेट्स के एग्रीमेंट्स जो हैं, खास तौर पे जो कमर्शियल डील्स हैं, दोज शुड नॉट बी sort of so लाइक बहुत ज्यादा मुकद्दस नहीं होनी चाहिए उसकी जो डिटेल्स हैं, सो दैट वन कैन कमेंट एंड वन कैन सी विच इज इन फेवर ऑफ अस एंड व्हाट parts of that, because we are not very good negotiators. हमने जितनी डील्स ली हैं, रकोटिक की ले लें, उसके अलावा बाकी ले लें, आईपीपीस की डील्स ले लें, उसके अंदर जो प्रोविजंस हमने रखी हुई हैं कैपेसिटी चार्जेस की, डॉलर पेमेंट की, दे आर नॉट रियली वेरी हेल्दी। और आज पाकिस्तान की जो इकोनॉमिक कंडीशन है उसकी एक सबसे बड़ी वजह ये हमारी आईपीपीस के साथ जो एग्रीमेंट्स हुए हैं वो है। अगर आप उसको गौर से देखें तो बाकी सारी चीज़ें हम कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं बड़े आराम से, लेकिन ये जो एक वो डेट हमारे ऊपर एक्यूमुलेट होता चला आ रहा है वो हमारे जो है वो बस में नहीं होता। और आईएमएफ की पहली कंडीशन ये होती है कि आप इसको जो है ये पावर टैरिफ जो है इसको आप ये रेज करें। सो वी आर इन अ काइंड ऑफ वेरी डिफिकल्ट सिचुएशन बिकॉज ऑफ दिस इशू। तो ये ज़रूरी नहीं है कि हमें जो है वो सारी चीज़ें स्टेट के जो नेगोशिएशंस होती हैं वो पता हों, लेकिन मेरा ख्याल है कि एक ब्रॉडर जो है वो फ्रेमवर्क का पता होना चाहिए, सो वन कैन कैरी आउट एनालिसिस एंड कैन बिकॉज दिस इज आवर कंट्री टू। और दूसरा जो है वो आपका सर जो क्वेश्चन, आई थिंक दैट इज द मोस्ट वैलिड क्वेश्चन कि हमारे पास वो रिसोर्सेज, फैसिलिटीज, एंडाउमेंट है जो कि एक खास स्पेशल इकोनॉमिक जोन के लिए या इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन के लिए जो है रिक्वायर्ड होती है। तो मेरा ख्याल है कि वो है नहीं, लेकिन उसके ऊपर बड़ी तेजी से काम हो रहा है। आपको एक छोटी सी मैं मिसाल देता हूँ कि तांग इंटरनेशनल एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन चाइना की जो है, दे आर नाउ एंगेज्ड विद अराउंड more than 50 यूनिवर्सिटीज इन पाकिस्तान, और वो स्किल डेवलपमेंट का ही काम कर रहे हैं। और वो मुख्तलिफ स्किल सेट्स जो हैं मुख्तलिफ यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में उन्होंने बड़ा ज़ख़ीम किस्म का मैनुअल जो है वो तैयार किया हुआ है। सो उसमें से दे आस्क योर यूनिवर्सिटी कि आपकी क्या स्ट्रेंथ्स हैं, उसके मुताबिक वो एडजस्ट कर देते हैं। आई थिंक इट्स ख्वाजा मोइनुद्दीन चिश्ती यूनिवर्सिटी और बहाउद्दीन ज़किया यूनिवर्सिटी, आइदर ऑफ देम, वहाँ से वो 100 स्टूडेंट्स को जो है उन्होंने सेलेक्ट किया है टेक्निकल एजुकेशन के लिए। 2 साल इधर पढ़ेंगे, 1 साल चाइना में पढ़ेंगे, एंड देन दे विल बी sort of employed with some Chinese companies, प्लेसमेंट भी उनकी जो है उन्होंने गारंटी की है। सो दैट काइंड ऑफ sort of formulas and models are being practiced, लेकिन उसकी जो अशद ज़रूरत है वो हमें अपनी रिक्वायरमेंट के मुताबिक है। और मेरा सबसे बड़ा इशू जो है वो ये है, जो मुझे प्रॉब्लम है वो ये कि जो ये स्पेशल इकोनॉमिक जोन्स की जो लेआउट है, इसकी आप लोकल इकोनॉमिक कंडीशंस के साथ इंटरफेसिंग जो है वो कैसे करेंगे? विल इट बिकम sort of पार्ट ऑफ अ टोटल ब्रॉडर फ्रेमवर्क, या वो एक स्टैंड अलोन आइसोलेटेड किस्म की जो है वो एंटिटीज बन जाएंगी? तो ये बहुत से इश्यूज ऐसे हैं जो कि हमें रिजॉल्व करने हैं विद द पैसेज ऑफ टाइम। थैंक यू सर।
सो मच। और जो स्किल डेवलपमेंट की आप बात कर रहे थे उसमें लास्ट नाइट मैं और जनरल किदवाई किसी के साथ बात कर रहे थे बड़े अहम लेवल पे, तो हमें पता चला है कि जो ग्वादर में चाइनीज़ की फैसिलिटीज़ हैं उसमें ये डिसीजन हुआ था कि 3 साल यहाँ पे रहना है, 1 साल जाके चाइना में पढ़ना है। तो फर्स्ट बैच इज़ रेडी और वो दे आर अबाउट टू मूव टू चाइना। सेकेंड ये है कि न्यू टेक यूनिवर्सिटी जो है वो कुछ काम कर रही है, बट नॉट इनफ एज यू सेड, आई एम विद यू। हमारी यूथ जो है, मैं अपने पास कंक्लूजन में भी रखा हुआ था, 64% यूथ है जो कि 120 to 30 मिलियन लोग हैं। बाकी दुनिया में लोग रो रहे हैं। अभी कल मैं किसी से बात कर रहा था कि इस वक्त जो ईयू की रिक्वायरमेंट है 5 मिलियन यंग गर्ल्स एंड बॉयज़ एवरी ईयर की है। वो हमने करना है कि जी हमारे बच्चे जो हैं, आप लोग हो सारे, आप अपने आप को इस तरह स्किल डेवलपमेंट में डालो और उस तरह तैयारी करो और वो लैंग्वेजेस सीखो जो वहाँ पे रेलेवेंट हैं, एंड यू विल बिकम एक्चुअली नॉट ओनली गुड फॉर योर सेल्फ बट फॉर योर फैमिलीज एंड योर कंट्रीज एज वेल। तो वहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है। हमारे यहाँ माशाल्लाह 130 मिलियन लोग हैं जो 30 ईयर्स की एज से नीचे हैं। आपका जो क्वेश्चन था वो मैंने ज़रा लाइटर वे में बात की थी। बेसिकली व्हाट आई वांटेड टू से वाज दैट इंडिया इज़ वेरी रेलेवेंट टू यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स इन वेस्ट इन देयर स्ट्रेटेजिक कंपटीशन, एंड स्पेशली एज इट वाज सेड बाय डॉक्टर जुबैर ने भी बात की, बाकी लोगों ने भी बात की, एज अ बुलवॉक टू चाइनीज राइज। तो उस रेलेवेंस में दे आर गेटिंग ऑल दी एडवांटेजेस और उनकी सारी गलतियां जो हैं माफ़ हो रही हैं। और एक ज़माना था हम भी ऐसे ही थे कि जिस वक्त आप रेलेवेंट थे फॉर अफ़गानिस्तान के अंदर वॉर के लिए, 9/11 के बाद, 1979 के बाद आपके ऊपर से भी बहुत सारी पाबंदियां उतरी हुई थी, और उसी वक्त में जनरल किदवाई जैसे लोगों ने बहुत सारे काम भी कर लिए छुप छुपा के, और बहुत केपेबल बना दिया, पाकिस्तान को इनविंसिबल बना दिया। तो हम भी रहें, बट व्हाट इज मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट आई थिंक, हमें किसी की, जो आपने कहा था ना, एफेक्शनेट ग्लैंस का इंतज़ार नहीं करना चाहिए। हमें अपने आप को इस काबिल कर देना चाहिए कि लोग आपकी तरफ देखें, ना कि आप लोगों की तरफ देख रहे हैं। बहुत शुक्रिया। वी कैन हैव 2 more questions बिफोर वी वाइंड अप। जी प्लीज, द गर्ल एंड वन फ्रॉम हियर। जी बेटा पूछिए।
Assalamualaikum. My name is Saima Ahmed Khan from University of Balochistan. सर मेरा क्वेश्चन BTTN वालों से एज अ बलूचिस्तान थिंक टैंक नेटवर्क, इनकी जो पॉलिसीज है उन्होंने बलूचिस्तान में आज तक क्या चेंज किया? आया मिसिंग पर्सन्स, आया डेमोक्रेसी, एजुकेशन, किन बेसिस पे क्या चेंज आए? और सर आपकी ये बात मुझे पसंद आई जब आपने हमारी तरफ देखा, आपने कहा रोशन मुस्तकबिल। तो रोशन हमें होने नहीं दिया जा रहा, क्योंकि जो इस्टेब्लिशमेंट है वो आ जाते हैं फिर से रिटायरमेंट में पब्लिक सेक्टर्स पे। तो मेरा सवाल ये है कि अगर फ्यूचर हम हैं, क्योंकि आप लोग हमें वो गाइडलाइन दे रहे हैं जो आप लोग ने गुजारा है, हम वो गाइडलाइन चाहते हैं जो हम फ्यूचर में करेंगे, क्योंकि मुस्तकबिल हम हैं। आप लोग हमें उसके लिए प्रिपेयर करें जो पाकिस्तान गुजर चुका है, हम आने वाले कल है, तो हमारे पास न्यू आइडियाज है, हमें उजागर किया जाए, हम पाकिस्तान बनाएंगे। थैंक यू सर।
I could not agree more with you. I 100% subscribe to your views. आप ही लोग हैं, आप ही हमारा मुस्तकबिल हैं, आप ही ने आगे लेके जाना है। हम उस वक्त तक हैं जब तक आप लोग हमारा हाथ पकड़ के हमारी जगह पे बैठ जाओगे, इंशाल्लाह। थैंक यू। जी इधर से।
Dr. Dost Mohammad Badej from University of Balochistan. I would like to ask a question from Rifat Hussain Saab. Actually, he was supposed to talk about the US withdrawal and opportunities and challenges for Pakistan, but he didn't talk much about that topic. By the way, I would like to ask him a question that when we see the history of America, America created Mujahideen, and Mujahideen were replaced by Taliban. Now Talibans are being replaced by the Daesh. I personally believe that the US hasty withdrawal from Afghanistan was a part of great power competition to create challenges for China. So it is not only going to create challenges for Pakistan, but also for China as well as Iran. So how do you see the emergence of Daesh under the Taliban's regime, and what challenges are going to be confronted by Pakistan in the foreseeable future? Thank you so much.
Very Dr. Rifat sir, can you hear him? Have you heard him?
जी जी, मैं सवाल सुन लिया मैंने इनको। जो ये कह रहे थे ना जी कि मेरा टॉपिक ये था कि US withdrawal from Afghanistan and its repercussions on Pakistan's foreign policy options and challenges. तो अगर मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन जो है वो, जिसको मैंने जान के मुख्तसर कर दिया था, क्योंकि वो जो US विड्रॉल का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है वो बहुत सारे लोगों ने डिस्कस भी किया है और उसमें मेरे अपने व्यूज भी हैं। मैं समझता हूं कि अमेरिकन विड्रॉल फ्रॉम अफगानिस्तान एज द इमर्जिंग लिटरेचर शोज वाज हेस्टी, वाज नॉट एज वेल प्लान्ड एज द अमेरिकन थॉट दे हैड, और उसके अंदर क्रिटिकल रोल जो था वो ज़ल्मे खलील साहब ने प्ले किया था, जो कि इस वक्त वो भी उन्होंने किताब भी लिखी है जिसके अंदर उन्होंने उस रोल के बारे में क्लियरली बात की है। द आइडिया वाज कि अफगानिस्तान से अमेरिकी जब निकल जाएंगे, क्योंकि बिकॉज इट हैज द वॉर हैड कॉस्ट देम $1 ट्रिलियन एटलीस्ट फाइनेंशियली, और वो देयर 3,000 पीपल who got killed as a result of American involvement and American stay in Afghanistan. तो ये सारी चीजें जो हैं वो फैक्टर करती हैं, और मैं ये भी आपको बात बता दूं कि Biden administration only concluded the deal. The deal actually was struck at the time of President Trump. और President Trump ने जब उन्होंने ज़ल्मे खलील को ऑथराइज किया कि वो अफगानिस्तान से अमेरिकी फोर्सेस को वापस बुलाएं, तो that marked a shift in America's approach towards Afghanistan, or they wanted to cut their losses and they wanted to leave as they have done previously during the Vietnam War and and many other places. तो वो भी एक लम्हा फिक्री है, लेकिन जो बात आप कर रहे हैं कि दाइश का और जो तालिबान का जो होस्टाइल रवैया है पाकिस्तान की तरफ, वो दैट्स ए डायरेक्ट consequence of the manner in which the Americans withdrew from Afghanistan. और अभी भी आप देख रहे हैं कि ये जितने भी पाकिस्तान के अंदर जो अटैक हो रहे हैं, whether those are TTP sponsored or whether those are sponsored by दाइश, और वो सारे के सारे जो हैं वो एक उस कोहेरेंट स्ट्रेटजी का हिस्सा है जिसके तहत पाकिस्तान को एक ऑफ बैलेंस रखने की एक कोशिश की जा रही है। ये मेरा अपना व्यू है, आप उससे इख्तिलाफ कर सकते हैं, लेकिन मैं समझा ये रहा हूँ कि अमेरिका की विड्रॉल ना तो वेल प्लान्ड थी, ना ही वो कोहेरेंट थी, और द मैनर इन विच दे लेफ्ट अफगानिस्तान, और वो सारे का सारा जिस तरीके से वो अपना इक्विपमेंट भी छोड़ के गए थे, वो भी सारे का सारा अफगानिस्तान के लोगों के हाथ लग गया। और फिर जो 18th मंथ की जो हमारी पिछली हुकूमत थी इस इलेक्शन से पहले की, उसके अंदर भी एक वाज़ेह प्लान ये तरतीब दिया गया कि किस तरीके से अफगानिस्तान को जो अफगानियों की जो रोल है उसको आपने जो है वो मिनिमाइज करना है। एंड इज पार्ट ऑफ दैट स्ट्रेटजी कि अफगानिस्तान से 600,000 लोगों की विड्रॉल जो है वो इफेक्ट करवाई गई, और उसके नतीजे में अफगानिस्तान इज वेरी अनहैप्पी विद अस। और हमने शुरू में कोशिश ये की, जब पीटीआई की हुकूमत थी तो उसके दौरान हमने तो अफगानिस्तान को काफ़ी फैसिलिटेट भी किया, और अभी हम अफगानिस्तान के साथ तल्लुकात अच्छे रखना चाहते हैं। लेकिन मेरे ख्याल में अब जिस तरीके से अफगानिस्तान की तरफ से जो फोर्सेस ऑपरेट कर रही हैं, उनके हवाले से इस किस्म की कोई गारंटी नहीं दी जा सकती कि वो पाकिस्तान की तरफ भी इतने ही वेल डिस्पोज होंगे जितनी कि हमारी ख्वाहिश है। तो आपने देखा कि जिस तरीके से हमने नेगोशिएशन में उनके साथ की, और वो नेगोशिएशन के फेल होने के बाद तो पाकिस्तान के रवैये के अंदर एक थोड़ी सी सख्ती आई है। लेकिन मेरे ख्याल में पाकिस्तान को भी बड़े कार्ड अपने केयरफुली प्ले करने चाहिए, क्योंकि बिकॉज वी डू नॉट वांट टू गेट एंटेगनाइज द अफगानिस्तान सो मच कि दे बिकम अवर एनिमीज। लेकिन अगर उनको हम कल्टिवेट करने की कोशिश करें तो दे हैव टू रेसिप्रोकेट, they have to respect our borders, and they have to make sure that their soil is not used to launch attacks against Pakistan. पाकिस्तान की जो मिनिमम डिमांड है वो बहुत रैशनल डिमांड है, और काउंटर टेररिज्म के हवाले से भी पाकिस्तान की काफ़ी जो एप्रीहेंशंस हैं, काफ़ी सारे तहफ़्फ़ुज़ात हैं जो हमने कम्युनिकेट भी किए हैं ऑफिशियली, और प्राइवेटली भी हमने कम्युनिकेट किए हैं अफगानिस्तान की हुकूमत की तरफ। तो द तालिबान दे थिंक दैट they have come on their own and they have won all the wars. They have won all the wars. They defeated the Soviets. They defeated they forced the American withdrawal. लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि उनको भी इकोनॉमिक की जो रिसोर्सेज की या इकोनॉमिक अपॉर्चुनिटीज की जो उनको ज़रूरत है वो पाकिस्तान के बगैर हासिल कर सकती हैं, पाकिस्तान के बगैर हासिल नहीं कर सकते हैं। और ये एक फंडामेंटल रियलिटी है जो कि तालिबान हुकूमत के सामने हमें रखनी चाहिए। जी।
Thank you so much, sir. I think I agree with you. मैं अपना conclusion अभी शुरू करूँगा, and I begin with this conclusion that I subscribe to your views. The Afghan withdrawal was very hasty. Withdrawal of United States from Afghanistan was very hasty, and they had many hopes that perhaps the government in Afghanistan or the Afghan security forces will be able to hold on. But unfortunately, they evaporated in the thin air. And there is another angle to this, that they have been requesting Pakistan to help them to withdraw from there. और अगर आप देखें तो it is for the first time in the history of this world that a superpower signs a written agreement with so-called insurgent organizations, terming them as Emirates of Afghanistan. They termed themselves as Emirates of Afghanistan, although American wrote that they do not agree to it. जो positives हैं, I think we have already spoken about. There are so many positives in this whole equation about Pakistan. आप youth की बात हम करते हैं, it's a human capital. We have natural resources, वो बहुत बड़ा capital है, agriculture है. कल हम बात कर रहे थे कहीं पे कि बलूचिस्तान has a potential of जो कल्टिवेबल लैंड, जो बहुत फर्टाइल लैंड है, बागात और लैंड, मिलियंस ऑफ एकर्स, और अभी काम शुरू हो गया हुआ है कि जो काम मुशर्रफ साहब ने शुरू किया था जो नहर का क्या नाम है उसका, मैं एकदम भूल गया, जो पट फीडर डेरा मुराद जमात जी, कच्ची कैनाल का जो काम रुका हुआ था, अभी 150 बिलियन रुपीस जो है वो सैंक्शन हो रहे हैं, 50 बिलियन ईच ईयर, 3 ईयर्स में उसका पानी जो है वो खेतों तक इंशाल्लाह ताला पहुंच जाएगा और सैराब करेगा। लास्ट पॉइंट what I want to say is that Pakistan has to diversify its relations based on trade and economy. And as far as China and United States are concerned, Pakistan has been very careful, and Pakistan has been very aptly handling the relationship with both for past 75 years and has been accruing benefits from both sides. That is what we need to do. And we are beset with multiple challenges. Pakistan के अपने हैं, internal economy के हैं, इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी के हैं, सारे हैं। तो इसमें हमारा अपना जो फोकस है वो होना चाहिए कि हमारी इंटरनल कोहेजन बड़ी ज़रूरी है। आपस में जो हमारे गिले शिकवे हैं वो दूर हों, जो लोग हैं वो इंटीग्रेट हों। जैसे इस बेटी ने बात की कि सब यूथ को इंटीग्रेट होना चाहिए, सारे मुल्क को एक इंटीग्रेट हो के एक दूसरे से बातचीत करके आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। दैट इज़ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पाकिस्तान की इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी के लिए भी और इन एक्सटर्नल सिक्योरिटी के लिए। और लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट, कोई शक की बात ही नहीं है कि सोशल इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट बड़ी ज़रूरी होती है एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव सिक्योरिटी की अटेनमेंट के लिए। विद दिस आई वंस अगेन extend my gratitude to the eminent scholars, practitioners and speakers of this panel, and also to Brigadier Agha and BTTN for giving us this opportunity to share our views with you, sir. We are very hopeful that these inputs will be of some significance in the policy spheres. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, our respected chair and speakers, for sharing your insightful views. Now I would request Honorable Lieutenant General Khalid Ahmed Kidwai, Advisor, National Command Authority, to present his epilogue. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. जी नहीं बस नहीं yeah. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Justice Amanullah Yasin Zai Sahab, Brigadier Agha Ahmed Gul, Dr. Zafar Khan, eminent speakers of the seminar, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It always gives me great pleasure to be in Quetta and spend quality time with one of my favorite think tanks, the Balochistan Think Tank Network, BTTN. Further, it gives me added pleasure, personal satisfaction, and pride in seeing the rapid progress and growth of BTTN as it emerges on the academic and intellectual horizon of Pakistan. In a very short time of less than 3 years, BTTN has earned a nationally respected name for itself. In Balochistan alone, BTTN has established as the go-to strategic think tank on a variety of subjects of interest, whether these be of local level interest or national or international strategic interest. This is entirely in line as visualized in the founding objectives laid down for BTTN. And so I can say with complete confidence to team BTTN, well done, you have delivered with aplomb. The topic chosen by BTTN for its annual seminar could not have been more relevant to the strategic environments, and from Pakistan's perspective, may I say, challenging strategic environments prevailing in today's geopolitical and geoeconomic world. Great power competition, challenges and opportunities for Pakistan. That was the subject. And to do justice to the topic, the BTTN invited speakers of the highest caliber, respected professionals in their respective fields. Listening to their candid and informed views was a great learning experience, and I'm sure everyone here would agree that we will all go out from this seminar wiser than when he came in. And so a very special thank you to the eminent speakers too. The term used in the topic today, great power competition, reminds me of a familiar and somewhat similar term used over a century plus ago, which was in vogue in this part of the world, when the British Empire in India was struggling to keep the Russian Empire of the Tsars at bay. The term used then was the Great Game, which was centered on and around Afghanistan, our own Northwest Frontier Province, then NWFP, and parts of Central Asia. A century plus later today, from the South Asian perspective, if we were to say that the American Empire has replaced the British Empire, Chinese Empire has replaced the Russian Empire, I think we may not be too wide of the mark. From Pakistan's national security perspective, and for that matter, from India's national security perspective, as also from the national security perspectives of the USA and China, the strategic and geographical areas and features remain much the same. The Himalayas, the Karakoram, the Hindu Kush Mountains remain quite where they've always been, for centuries unknown. The mighty Indus, the mighty Ganges, the mighty Brahmaputra, and for that matter, the mighty Oxus, which is separating Afghanistan from Central Asia, continue to flow as richly as they always have, again for centuries unknown. The Indian Ocean, the Arabian Sea, the Bay of Bengal, and the Pacific stay where they always have been for centuries unknown. However, the great game of today, call it great power competition, as in this seminar, is very much on, only with a change of caste, characters, and actors. The difference being that after the partition of India in 1947, two new sovereign nations of India and Pakistan, adversaries for a variety of reasons anyway, also find themselves additionally at the receiving end of the fallout of today's great power competition, or the great game, between the USA and China. From the foregoing analogy, one can also reconfirm the famous proverb of the French writer Jean-Baptiste Alphonse Ecart: the more things change, the more they remain the same. And from the point of view of history, therefore, while one can say that history repeats itself, one can also say that historically speaking, there's nothing new about the great power competition between the US and China, and by extension as surrogates between India and Pakistan. As I see some of these global developments today, I think you might agree that we are living through some very, very interesting times. And I think you can call it also living through certain historic times. In a philosophical sense, you and I are probably fortunate to be witnessing history unfold before our eyes in our lifetime as we watch three superpowers, the USA, Russia, and China, competing, containing, and where possible, confronting to establish their respective footprints for global supremacy. The chessboard is fascinating, but the chessboard also carries direct consequences for South Asia. The fallout effects are already upon us, India and Pakistan, in a variety of negative and positive ways. The South Asian region as such remains in a flux while attempting to adjust to the global and regional developments and ground realities around it. The USA has, of course, been an undisputed superpower since the end of the Second World War, particularly since the demise of the USSR. However, it has faced challenges to its world domination in the past and continues to face serious challenges to its status today. Interestingly, not only from China and Russia in the politico-military domains, but also economic challenges. There's an increasing de-dollarization drive by many countries in an attempt to break free from American monetary hegemony. Then there is the enlargement of the BRICS, grouping of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, which now also includes some important countries of the Middle East, which were thus far considered to be in the US area of influence. Mildly put, one can say that the US is struggling as it tries to retain its sole superpower status. The second superpower of our time, the USSR, collapsed quite dramatically right before our rise in the early 90s and splintered into the original 15 odd republics that had earlier come to form the then USSR some 70 years ago in 1922. The mantle of the collapsing USSR, along with nuclear weapons, passed on to the successor state of Russia. For over 3 decades since then, Russia has struggled to regain its inherited superpower status politically, economically, militarily, and technologically. However, both the USSR, read Russia, and the US have demonstrated vulnerabilities and limits to power through strategic debacles in Afghanistan, one following the other, refusing to learn from history, with serious consequences for their respective geopolitical clout and global influence. Additionally, for over 2 years now, Russia and the US are directly embroiled in Ukraine in what essentially is yet another struggle for security, power, and domination. While the world suffers the consequences politically and economically and anxiously awaits the conclusion of this quite unwarranted conflict, I have no doubt that the eventual outcome will redefine the future global strategic balance in more than one way. In the meantime, besides the broader geopolitical and geoeconomic outcome that might emerge in the indefinite future, there are issues of immediate relevance and concern as the Ukraine conflict rages. Some of these issues touch Pakistan directly or indirectly. One, the use of energy, both gas and oil, as also wheat, as a strategic tool of war. Two, the real possibility of the use of nuclear weapons, especially tactical nuclear weapons or TNWs, leading possibly to a global Armageddon. While Russia has chosen to deploy the tactical nuclear weapons on the Belarus-Ukrainian border as a deterrent, as a warning, or for possible employment, the other side too continues to respond by its own nuclear threats and warnings rather loosely. The latest in this one-upmanship was Poland recently. And three, Russia has also walked back from its ratification of the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, the CTBT, indicating intention to test nuclear weapons if the US were to do so, or even if the US were not to do so. And who can tell then that both India and Pakistan might actually welcome such an opportunity to test their own new weapon designs, even as the prevailing non-proliferation regime is scuttled. Further, as a corollary to these issues, one could also perhaps debate the now hypothetical possibility of what might have been if Ukraine had not given up its nuclear arsenal a few decades ago, I think in a moment of strategic insanity, in exchange for unreliable international security guarantees. These guarantees, of course, did not rescue Ukraine when most needed. Would Ukraine have been able to join NATO without a bullet being fired because its nuclear weapons would have deterred Russia from invading? If one looks at all these developments closely, I think these issues carry strong relevance and lessons for countries like Pakistan and its deterrence policies when faced with asymmetrically military, political, and economical challenges in South Asia with direct strategic effects on regional strategic stability. In the geopolitical milieu of today's global order or disorder, it is the third superpower of our era, China, which is emerging, some say has emerged, as a brand new superpower, posing multiple challenges to the US in the political, economic, military, and technological spheres, and is now making soft inroads even in areas of traditional US influence. Even though the meetings between President Joe Biden and President Xi Jinping, and now the recent visit of the US Secretary of State Anthony Blinken to China, may have calmed nerves, the great game or the great power competition remains very much on, with desperate American efforts to contain the rise of China, duly identified as the main threat, with a series of alliance building like the AUKUS and the Quad, and getting countries like India, Australia, and a few Far Eastern countries on board for playing the contain China game. The fact is that ever since President Obama's policy of pivot to Asia over a decade ago, the resultant focus of the US to contain the rise of China is today the singular dynamic driving the international, and in the case of Asia particularly, the regional geopolitical scene, with chips falling wherever they might. Consider the soft but a surprise diplomatic coup in March 2023 by China in the Middle East. China hosted and brought about a rapprochement between Saudi Arabia and Iran to not only re-establish broken diplomatic relations, but also revive and honor a number of past agreements that the two sides had worked out but suspended years ago. The wider strategic effects of the rapprochement will eventually impact strategic outcomes in Yemen, Syria, Iraq, and possibly Lebanon. For now, though, the regional game in the wider Middle East seems to have taken a strategic pause because of the ongoing Israeli war of genocide on Hamas and the Palestinians, further aggravated by the Israel-Iran military escalation and standoff. These, ladies and gentlemen, are tectonic events which speak of China's emerging international diplomatic clout, which rests on solid economic strength as the world's second largest economy. And this, despite the fact that China's latest military budget is only 27% of the US military budget, that is US $225 billion versus US $817 billion. With Russia and China aligning against US hegemony and supremacy, the US finds itself confronted by strong challenges. The identifiable responses in the US geopolitical and geoeconomic strategies are to retain its preeminent dominant position through the sheer force of its military industrial power and alliance building like the Quad and AUKUS. This stands out in considerable contrast to the strategies of China, which is more confident of itself and is exercising its traditional strategic patience in order to assert its global position of eminence through the tools of its economic power, its soft global reach, and growing military, nuclear, and technological prowess. Also consider the buildup of Chinese hard power. The military exercises that China held in April 2023 to demonstrate its capabilities of physically encircling and isolating Taiwan, despite the presence of strong US forces in the Pacific and the South China Sea. Now, where does South Asia figure out in this unfolding global and regional political environment? What are the emerging challenges for Pakistan, especially because of Pakistan's traditional and strong strategic relationship with China on the one hand, as well as a long history of transactional relationship with the US on the other hand? Is a balancing act possible that would work to serve Pakistan's national interests? How should Pakistan, in the context of its security interests, view and respond to the clear strategic choice that the US has made in over 2 decades by now of propping up India as a counterweight to China? Even though India is nobody's fool, as it has quite boldly and smartly demonstrated in its handling of the Ukraine crisis and unapologetic retention of its traditional strategic and economic relationship with Russia. In keeping with the emerging trend of de-dollarization in international trade, India also went ahead and struck an agreement with Russia for the purchase of Russian oil in non-US dollar currencies. India First is the declared and practiced policy under Modi and Jaishankar, and rightly so. Why not? I've been given extra time. I've been given some extra time by Brigadier Gul. On the flip side, however, I'm sure that deep down somewhere, the US and the Western establishments would wonder on the reliability of India as a strategic containment partner if and when the chips might be down against China in a future scenario. With a roaring trade with China of 136 billion US dollars in 2022 and an entirely mismatched Indian military as it emerged clearly during the 2020 thrashing in Ladakh, one wonders how much of a containment game would India want to play on behalf of the US and the West when actually needed. The West would likely watch as helplessly then as it does now with reference to Russia and Ukraine, while India will play for preserving its own interests in a future US-Chinese conflict. An article by the Indian-American academic Ashley Tellis in the Foreign Policy magazine last year quite clearly indicated which way India would swing in such an eventuality. And he said quite clearly that it would not be toward the US. And while Ashley Tellis is the voice of the Indian establishment in Washington, the US continues to live with blinkers on and builds up India as a bulwark against China. And India, I think, is quite happy with those blinkers. Under these challenging geopolitical and security environments, I think Pakistanis should thank our elders of many decades ago who aligned Pakistan's star with China. The effects of that visionary decision have borne fruit all through these decades as the Pakistan-China friendship has blossomed steadily and has gone from strength to strength. Today, Pakistan not only has a reliable friend, but a strategic partner in the truest sense of the word, who can be trusted blindly and who has stood by Pakistan and safeguarded its interests in every conceivable way. Internationally, economically, strategically, and militarily, Chinese help has been crucial and on a number of occasions, in fact, life-saving. Consequently, as China rises slowly but surely to claim its historical and rightful place as a great power in a multipolar world, I have no hesitation in saying that Pakistan is on the right side of history. We therefore need to be wise about safeguarding zealously our coveted position and our interest. That does not at all imply walking away or a dilution of our relationships with other world powers, but it does imply certainly the recognition of as to where the anchor is. Given the vast scope of the topic of today's seminar, the worthy speakers and subject experts have done full justice to their subtopics and deserve our deep gratitude for their candid analysis and views. There is just one last point that I would like to make, and that is with regard to India, especially in the context of its rising place in South Asia and the region. I have a viewpoint on that account, and I would like to say a few words on it. There is no doubt that India is a rising regional power, and it is aspiring to become a major global power in the future. I have no argument with that. Besides the geographical size and a population of over 1,400 million people, over time, India has developed strategic, military, and economic strengths that compel international players to woo India as an emerging power of consequence. In the unfolding international power play, India has smartly aligned itself with the US and the West because of converging mutual interests, mainly over a rising China. Recent events and successes have provided India an opportunity to showcase its claims to recognition as an emerging regional and global power. The landing on the moon, the hosting of the G20 summit in New Delhi, the announcement of the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, IMEC, all in quick succession have given it at an opportune time for India to glamorize and bask in international recognition. This to a point that it can not only participate in an anti-US trade de-dollarization drive, be on the opposite side on Ukraine, display arrogant behavior before the very powers that are trying to propel it upwards by signing strategic agreements after strategic agreements with it, but also get away with state-sponsored murders in Canada, USA, and in Pakistan, in addition to undertaking state-sponsored terrorism inside Pakistan and in Indian-occupied Kashmir by taking pages out of the Israeli playbook. Simultaneously, India has also retained its historically strong ties with Russia, especially due to its heavy dependence on Russian military inventory. While counting itself as an important member of the SCO and BRICS, India has played to the West's need to contain the rise of China without itself undertaking any meaningful obligations as payback. We have seen how in the Ukraine crisis, India has played both sides of the fence and protected its national interests quite unapologetically, while the US and Europe watch helplessly. Now, notwithstanding the relative successes of India in different fields that I have just enumerated, India has also suffered a few strategic setbacks in the last few years. And I think a consideration of these will enable us to take a more balanced view of India. A continued shutout by a direct land route from Afghanistan and Central Asia without Pakistan's consent. B, inability to draw benefits from the alternative route to Afghanistan and Central Asia through Iran's Chabahar port, despite massive investments. The concurrent entry of China into Iran with a 25 years, $400 billion deal has further complicated India's strategic investments in Iran. C, the strategic fiasco against China in Ladakh, Doklam, and in Arunachal Pradesh, which carries serious security and operational implications for India's western front with Pakistan, the line of control, and its Siachen positions in a potential two-front war scenario. To briefly recall, China cut India and its surprise military to size in the full glare of international publicity without firing a bullet. India was humiliated. The US and the West had no help to offer and simply watched India get a drubbing. Modi had to lie with a straight face to the world and to the Indian public when he said that no post has been lost and no territory has been lost. The Indian public simply swallowed the lie as a face saver. And now the so-called disengagement publicized by India is nothing more than the formalization and freezing of the strategic territorial reverses suffered by India. India's strategic overreach against China on the line of actual control compelled India to restore the ceasefire on the line of control with Pakistan in order to offset a possible two-front war scenario. The arrogant rhetoric to take Azad Kashmir and Gilgit-Baltistan also mellowed down for some time because of ground realities. Now, of course, the Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, with an eye on the ongoing national election, had the temerity to say that he would chase terrorists inside Pakistan with a convenient memory lapse of the fantastic tea that was served to Abhinandan the last time India came chasing terrorists inside Pakistan. In my opinion, strategic stability in South Asia, especially from Pakistan's viewpoint, has been well served because of the consequences of India's strategic overreach against China. With committed deployments of the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force from Ladakh to Arunachal Pradesh, a portion of the Indian military is likely to remain fixed in the northern front of nearly 3,700 kilometers for the foreseeable future, with an additional logistical burden which is far, far greater than that required to sustain Indian positions at Siachen alone. And that eases pressures against Pakistan, creating relatively greater equilibrium and balance in the strategic stability paradigm. On the economic front, while India's broader growth trajectory is impressive at first glance, it does not provide any hope whatsoever to India's nearly 700 million people living in abject poverty. That is 50% of a hungry and shelterless population living in some of the worst slums in the world. It is a typical story, perhaps like Pakistan and many other third world countries, of lopsided economic growth, which has nothing for the poor in it, except that in the case of India, the astounding figure of 700 million people living in abject poverty with no hope in hell of being lifted out of it is a ticking time bomb. While India's foreign exchange reserves of nearly 600 billion US dollars are indeed impressive, a lesser known figure is the size of India's external debt of 624 billion US dollars. However, the sheer size of the Indian economy provides the state with enough resources to spend lavishly on its security apparatus rather than on the 700 million poor souls. Here I would like to state purely, militarily and strategically, speaking that this is where an opportunity for Pakistan emerges. While Pakistan's military has always been conscious of the disadvantages of a conventional force asymmetrical imbalance, this has largely been offset by the acquisition of a robust nuclear weapons capability. Pakistan's inventory of a variety of nuclear weapons across the entire spectrum of the deterrence paradigm, from strategic to operational to tactical, including first and second strike options, has strengthened Pakistan's hand enormously and allowed Pakistan to transit to the policy of full spectrum deterrence, creating strategic and operational effects to a point where India's large conventional military capability has become quite irrelevant to the security paradigm of South Asia. War as an instrument policy for India stands outlawed. India, therefore, is not 10 feet tall, and I think it's quite manageable. My recommendation is very simple, really, that from such a position of relative strategic security and forced peace and comfort, it is now up to politics, diplomacy, and smart governance to use the time and space window created by Pakistan's nuclear deterrence capability in all earnest for focused economic resurgence in order to regain Pakistan's compromised economic sovereignty and strengthen internal cohesion. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank our online speakers, Dr. Usman Chauhan, Dr. Naeem Salik, and Dr. Rifat Hussain for staying with us till now. Now I would like to request His Excellency, former Governor Balochistan, former Chief Justice High Court, Amanullah Khan Yasinzai, to address the audience. Please, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. General Khalid Ahmed Kidwai, Brigadier Agha Ahmed Gul Sahab, Dr. Zafar, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear students, Assalamu alaikum. I am very happy to attend the seminar arranged by Balochistan Think Tank Network on the topic of great power competition, challenges and opportunities for Pakistan. What I saw and heard during the second session of the seminar, first and second session of the seminar, reflects the high standard of professional expertise and hold over the subjects on which the speakers have given their views. BTTN is the first think tank in Balochistan, and I can see they are doing well by bringing up subjects of such critical importance, not only for Balochistan, but indeed for Pakistan. Seeing today's performance, I am confident that in due course of time, BTTN will be recognized not only in Pakistan, but indeed globally as a credible think tank, as a center of research of distinction functioning at Quetta in Balochistan. We have been lacking a think tank and culture of research in Balochistan. I am glad to see this wide field. Decision-making is a challenging task which the bureaucracy and public office holders are forced to do. Every now and then, often under pressure of time, those holding sub-jobs often have little time to thoroughly investigate the issues, appreciate their cross-term effects, unforeseen outcomes, long-term effects, pros and cons. That is where a think tank can be of great help. The work tirelessly to peep into every corner, mull over every aspect, get vibes from the stakeholders, gather information, collate debate to empty collective wisdom, and then suggest unbiased policy options with a sincere approach. There's a great wisdom in what our distinguished speakers have said today pertaining to various topics. The topic of the seminar, great power competition, challenges and opportunities for Pakistan, itself speaks volumes. The two sessions of today's seminar have broadly focused on US-China growing rivalry. These are rivals almost in every sphere, be it geopolitics, geostrategy, or geoeconomics. This rivalry and competition directly affects Pakistan and indeed the region. Both the sessions highlighted important topics such as global hegemonic tussle between US and China and the changing global dynamics, multi-dimensional military force modernization, the growing technological and economic rivalry, and the emergence of Quad and AUKUS for containing the rise of China. During these sessions, the US-India growing strategic partnership and its implications for South Asia were also discussed. Indeed, this alliance directly affects Pakistan's strategic stability and increases the challenges for Pakistan to materialize CPEC. The post US world from Afghanistan has created yet another instability which ought to be recognized and then managed during the vital interests of Pakistan and are fully protected. From these useful and well thought out presentations, it becomes clear that Pakistan needs to focus on the new emerging geostrategic realities, take appropriate steps to ensure that vital security interests are protected. Major power competition is primarily focused on their own vital national interests. In fact, international relations are purely based on meeting one's own national interest and foreign policy objectives. There is no major power which is self-sacrificing. There is no permanent friend or enemy in foreign relations rather than innocently aligned with any nation state. We must weigh the pros and cons of our relationship. We must never give concessions out of goodwill or heart or expect them free of cost. Geopolitics is ruthless, more ruthless than the politics within a country. We need to nurture mutually beneficial relationships with the regional and global powers. Opportunities and challenges to go hand in hand. Politically, diplomatically, we need to develop a capacity to convert the challenges into opportunities so that we may gain rather than suffer. I am sure we understand that today's talks cannot contain comprehensive solutions to our existing problems. However, the analysis in the seminar demonstrated that the issues can be managed and some paths have been indicated. We have to hold many more discussions and seminars pertaining to these evolving regional and international conditions affecting Pakistan. I also wish to point out Pakistan is a very significant geopolitical importance which no major power can ignore. We are geographically situated at the crossroads of Central Asia, China, and the Arabian Sea. India and Iran are on our flanks, but can benefit from the geographical corridor which Pakistan offers. Pakistan provides gateway to the far bigger Afro-Asians, and we need to global maritime trade. We have a skilled and educated manpower. Our women are also in the forefront. We are a determined nation which has progressed from an agrarian society to a modern state. We are the only nuclear state amongst the 56 Muslim countries. We have many strengths. Let us never forget them. We need to make collective efforts to uplift Pakistan out of these emerging challenges posed by great power politics. Once again, I thank the speakers and appreciate their expertise and ideas. I wish to commend the BTTN for arranging the seminar on a very thorny and challenging issue which Pakistan is facing. I hope you will keep up good work. Balochistan Zindabad, Pakistan Paindabad. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I request Head of BTTN Brigadier Gul to please join us on the stage and present souvenirs to our chief guest, Amanullah Khan Yasin Zai.
Should we stand? You all right? Yes. Thank you very much for all of you sitting patiently. Food is just waiting outside for you. So as soon as we finish, we'll feed you. Come on. Camera.
Sir. I now request ADNCA Lieutenant General Khalid Ahmed Kidwai to please join us on the stage and receive souvenir from the chief guest. I would request our chief guest, Brigadier Gul and ADNCA, to stay on the stage and present the souvenirs to the respected chairs and speakers and distinguished guests. So please stay on the stage and present the souvenirs. Ambassador Dr. Raza Mohammed. Ambassador Qazi Muhammad Khalilullah. Dr. Fazal Rahman. Dr. Bilal Zubair.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Also presented.
Yeah, please sit there.
Miss Halima Sadia. Miss Hanana Zarar.
कौन है एडवाइजरी बोर्ड बाकी सबको सेमिनार
मुझे नहीं पता। Dr. Amir Mohammad Jogizai.
Thank you, sir.
Ambassador Aminullah Raisani. Dr. Jan Mohammed, Vice Chancellor, University of Turbat. Thank you, sir. जी. Yes, sir. All done. Thank you. Thank you, our Honorable Chief Guest, ADNC and Brigadier Gul. Thank you, sir. Lastly, I want to express heartfelt gratitude on behalf of BTTN. Thank you all for participating and sharing your thoughts today. It has been an engaging and informative seminar. I kindly request our conducting officers to guide our guests and faculty towards the lawn for the group photo, followed by lunch at the research center. The students are requested to collect their refreshment boxes and participation certificates from the back door on their way out. Thank you so much. Here you go, sir.